Now that he only had 2 pills, he gave these 2 pills to the Meijing sisters. If they were to improve, the cultivation of world-defying heaven fruit would speed up even more in the future. During their cultivation, Qin Xiang and Feng Ku'er continued to refine world-defying heavenly Dan together. Now that he only had 2 pills, he gave these 2 pills to the Meijing sisters. If they were to improve, the cultivation of world-defying heaven fruit would speed up even more in the future. During their cultivation, Qin Xiang and Feng Ku'er continued to refine world-defying heavenly Dan together. They needed more than 2 years to refine a single world-defying heavenly Dan, roughly 30 months. To the outside, only 1 month had passed. Shout Ku'er, I want to try refining the world-defying heavenly Dan on my own. Qin Xiang said, You only need to help me destroy the spirit grain's outer appearance. All right. Feng Ku'er nodded. This was the first time Qin Xiang had refined a world-defying heavenly Dan by himself, and the process was extremely difficult. If he had teamed up with Feng Ku'er, he would only need 30 months to complete 1 pellet. Not bad. Without me being able to refine it, I thought you would be unable to do it by yourself. Feng Ku'er laughed. Right now, I have cultivated the primordial divine body, all right? Refining it out is quite easy. Qin Xiang snorted. He just did not have Feng Ku'er's powerful sealing power. He felt that if he were to use his own 6 realms mirrors, it would be able to increase his speed. He took out another world-defying heaven fruit and was about to start refining it when he suddenly felt a weak vibration. Now he was hiding in the depths of the earth, and these vibrations meant that the ground was shaking. Ben, read. He might even be that kind of powerful Heaven Old Orcs. I wonder if the Heaven Old Orcs is fighting on top. I am a little worried that it will affect me. Qin Xiang looked up. At the moment, he was in a stone room. He had been here for a while, but there had never been such a commotion. Go up and take a look. You'll see that your current strength is not weak. Even if you meet a Heaven Old Orcs like last time, you can still run away. Feng Ku'er said, That's true. Qin Xiang kept his Tianquang furnace and prepared to take a breather. However, just as he was about to take action, his stone chamber violently shook. With a bang, something broke through the stone chamber's wall and a person tumbled inside. Qin Xiang never thought that someone would find her way to this place. Feng Ku'er felt that it was even more unbelievable because she had used so many layers of sealing powers to hide this place. Logically, it was impossible for people to find this place. Who are you? Qin Xiang anxiously asked. He had already summoned the heavenly magic sword. Young man, calm down. The man stood up and anxiously patted the dust off his body. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed in reminiscence. With 2 whiskers on his face, his appearance was extremely ordinary, but his 2 whiskers were especially eye-catching. He saw Qin Xiang looking at his whiskers. He laughed and touched them. You are the Heaven Old Orcs, felt the chi on his body and shouted. As though he was facing a powerful enemy, the Heaven Old Orcs was extremely powerful. Even though he had already cultivated the primordial divine body, he still had to be extremely careful when facing against such a strong Heaven Old Orcs. You actually know our nickname? The middle-aged man was also surprised, but he smiled and said, Don't be afraid of me. I am just an extremely weak Heaven Old Orcs. Really? But you can come here. Qin Xiang did not believe his lies. He knew clearly about Feng Ku'er's seal, the 3 layers of enchantments and the seals that surrounded the stone room, but he had still found it. Furthermore, he had even crawled in. Do you think I look strong? The middle-aged man laughed. My name is Qin Kai. You can just call me Kai. Hey, I'm very familiar with you. Qin Xiang saw the middle-aged man laugh and try to get close to him, so when he was about to pat his shoulder, he quickly took a few steps back. I really have no ill intentions. I know that our Heaven Old Orcs has a bad reputation, but I am a good Heaven Old Orcs. Qin Kai laughed. If I really had any ill intentions, I would have already hit you. You even said that you're very weak. yet you can actually beat me." Chun Xiang scoffed. "I'm not very familiar with you, and I don't want to get to know you. I don't blame you for breaking this place. So that's how it is. I'll help you settle it." Chen Kai saw that the hole had been smashed open by him and nodded his head. He waved his hand, releasing a burst of gray mist, and after the mist blocked the hole, he sucked in the stone soil that had fallen to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the hole was blocked by him. I told you to leave this place." Chen Xiang pointed his sword at Chen Kai. "Young man, don't be agitated. Your sword is so powerful. I think it has myriad Tao divine soil painted on it, right?" Chen Kai looked carefully at the heavenly magic sword in Chen Xiang's hand and was suddenly shocked. "Yes." Chen Xiang nodded and said, "Quickly go. I am very worried about you staying here. It would be such a waste for a myriad Tao divine soil like you to be smeared on it. If you let me control it, I can make your sword even more powerful." Chen Kai said, "What a waste of myriad Tao divine soil." Chen Kai shook his head and sighed at the same time, as if his flesh was cut off. When Feng Ku'er, who was in Yu Yao Mountain Villa, heard this, he immediately felt very unhappy. He ran out and snorted, "Who the hell are you with these two sideburns?" "Myriad Tao divine soil is just something I applied to my sword. Isn't that the best way to use it? Myriad Tao divine soil does not need to be smelted," adding on that his sword is already damaged. "I am only applying it to repair it." "So it was you who did it, little girl. No wonder, no wonder. You can forgive me." Chen Kai laughed. He wanted to reach out to pinch Feng Ku'er's cute little face, but was slapped away by Feng Ku'er. "I'm not very familiar with you, so don't even think about pinching me." Feng Ku'er immediately hid behind Chen Xiang, and due to her anger, she quickly flapped her beautiful, transparent wings. "If it was you, what would you do?" Feng Ku'er only felt that the other party's tone was a little inappropriate, but if this Chen Kai was truly strong and refining, she could still learn from him. Chen Xiang still had not figured out his purpose for coming here. "Why are you here? How did you find this place?" Chen Xiang asked. "There's a very strong spirit, grains aura here. I was born to be able to sense it, so I came here. I originally thought that there was some kind of treasure hidden here, but I didn't expect to see you here after entering. You are also very brave. There are so many heaven old orcs outside. You actually dare to hide here." Chen Kai laughed. "But don't worry, even though I am a heaven old orcs, I am a good beast man." Chen Xiang also did not know how strong this Chen Kai was, because he did not sense Chen Kai's chi, but he could sense that special feeling the other party had from the heaven old orcs. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A violent vibration came over, causing Chen Xiang to frown. "Is the battle at the top?" Chen Kai placed his hand on the stone wall, and after he closed his eyes, he nodded his head. "They are fighting, but you don't have to worry, it won't affect us here. The place you have chosen is pretty good, and the formations are very beautiful. Those idiots will definitely not be able to discover this place." Chen Kai placed his hand on the stone wall, and after he closed his eyes, he nodded his head. "They are fighting, but you don't have to worry, it won't affect us here. The place you have chosen is pretty good, and the formations are very beautiful. Those idiots will definitely not be able to discover this place. Right? Are you the one who set up these powerful formations?" Chen Kai looked at Chen Xiang curiously. "You don't look like someone who knows how to arrange formations. You don't have the aura of a spirit grain either." Feng Ku'er laid on Chen Xiang's shoulder, curled his lips, and said, "It was all arranged by this lady. Do I not have the aura of a spirit grain on my body?" Chen Kai found it even more interesting. Really, not a single bit. This is indeed very strange. Awesome. After being praised, Feng Ku'er was secretly happy in his heart. His attitude towards Chen Kai was much better. "Sit down, let's have a good chat. I really have no ill intentions." Chen Kai took out a table for Chen Xiang and his sister to sit. Just as Chen Xiang was about to put away the heavenly magic sword, he saw Chen Kai anxiously shouting, "Don't put it away first, let me see." Chen Xiang hesitated for a moment, then handed the heavenly magic sword over. This sword itself is pretty good, but it's too weak. Later on, it was destroyed, causing the spirit grain inside to lose their effectiveness. Right now, use the myriad Tao divine soil to make the spirit grain-s inside perfectly fit each other, and also increase the strength of the sword. Chun Kai caressed the heavenly magic sword and said, $1, read dollar novels. YBDU. Chun Xiang and Feng Ku'er hurriedly nodded. The situation with the heavenly magic sword was indeed like that. Isn't that good? We do not have many myriad Tao divine soil-s, so we can only use a small to rub it. Although Feng Ku'er was aware of the myriad Tao divine soil's benefits, she herself wasn't very clear about how to use them either. You just applied it onto the sword after heating it up. Although it can make the sword's strength increase, this is a relatively simple usage. But there is still a better use, which is to refine the myriad Tao divine soil into the sword and then completely fuse with the spirit grain inside the sword, allowing the energy of the myriad Tao divine soil to transform into the spirit grain. This way, the sword can increase even more and become even more STU. Our dysprosium. After Chin Kai finished speaking, his 2 fingers suddenly turned gold, flash, H-I, plusing with a burst of golden light. He used 2 fingers to hold onto the sword blade and then rolled it over. He saw that between his fingers there was a bit of a pale gold thing, and it was actually myriad Tao divine soil. You took down the myriad Tao divine soil? Feng Ku'er said in shock. Yes. I'll teach you how to use the myriad Tao divine soil. Chun Kai laughed. Although I'm not very good at it myself, I feel that I can use it better than you. After he finished speaking, he pinched the tip of the sword and released a golden light that enveloped the blade. In just a few moments, the blade of the sword was enveloped by this golden light. Let's go! With a soft shout, the golden light around the sword disappeared and the sword turned red. Chen Xiang had already seen that the golden light that Chun Kai had released was that of a world-defying Geo-defier, and it was extremely special as well. Just now, he had used a very short amount of time to burn the sword's body red. Now, I will refine the myriad Tao divine soil into the sword. Chun Kai stopped smiling and turned serious. He smeared the myriad Tao divine soil that he just took off onto the 2 sides of the sword once again, and then used his palm to continuously hit the sword, releasing a very powerful force every time it hit the sword. However, the force of the impact just hit the sword and disappeared. He very accurately controlled the impact and used it to strike the 2 sides of the sword blade, inserting the myriad Tao divine soil on the surface into the sword blade. Bang, bang, bang. He kept hitting the sword body. It took him a whole hour to stop, and the heavenly magic sword that was originally red also started to fade. All right. Chun Kai returned the heavenly magic sword to Qin Xiang and laughed. Looks like it's better than what you had before. After Feng Ku'er received it, he took a careful look at it and nodded. It's too much. You're really awesome. You're too kind. Chun Kai laughed. Oh, right. Why are you guys hiding here? Chun Kai's nose moved and said, There's a very strange smell. This smell must have come from some plants. We finished eating the fruit here. Feng Ku'er said, Since Chan Xiang could refine such a powerful pill, she would definitely not talk about this kind of thing. What's the situation up there? Qin Xiang asked. We have been here for quite some time. We do not know the situation up here. The Heaven Old Orcs is fighting on top, fighting until their heads bled in order to become the human emperor. They are really a group of simple-minded people. Chun Kai shook his head and laughed. I felt bored and decided to walk around. I didn't think that I would actually be able to find you guys. It's really rare to meet humans in this world. How did the Heaven Old Orcs appear? A large group suddenly appeared. Feng Ku'er asked. The main reason is that a large amount of stones fell from the myriad Tao, and we were sealed inside those stones before. We were the weaker Heaven Old Orcs, so we were sent here, and our goal was to rule over this place. It was just that I never thought that once everyone broke the seal on this place, they would start fighting for the territory, and now that the compet won, tie-in for the highest position of the human emperor was almost over. Qin Kai said, "You all can't leave this myriad Tao forest? Are you all restricted to one area?" Qin Xiang asked, "Yes, this is mainly due to the restriction of the law of this world. We are still unable to leave this place, but after a period of time, it will be fine because once the human emperor is born, everyone will contribute a part of their power to the human emperor, and he will be able to break through the restriction of the law, and then we will be able to leave this place." Qin Kai said, "How many people like you in heaven, old orcs? You look peaceful. Why are they so cruel?" Foam Kutter scoffed, "You made a mess here. We were almost killed by a golden-furred old man earlier. Is this the golden-haired old man? This fellow has a very high chance of becoming the human emperor." Qin Kai laughed out loud. "I am a weirdo within the heaven old orcs. I did not want to come, but my cultivation is too low, so I was thrown in here. Our goal is to destroy the laws of the myriad Tao. As for whether or not we can succeed, I am not concerned at all." Originally, Qin Xiang wanted to go up and take a look, but he felt that it was no longer necessary. He took out the 6 realms mirrors, wanting to see if he could contact Murong Honglian. He decided to make a trip to the Mu Rong family. Little Red Lotus. Qin Xiang saw that Murong Honglian was in the forest outside of the Mu Rong family mansion and shouted, "Qin Xiang, how have you been? Myriad Tao Forest is very dangerous. Are you still inside?" After waiting for a long time, Murong Honglian's voice finally appeared in her mind. When Murong Honglian was in the Mu Rong family, he also found out what happened in the Myriad Tao Forest. There were many powerful heaven old orcs that suddenly appeared, and all sorts of intense battles broke out, causing a huge commotion that could be seen from the outside of the Myriad Tao Forest. When Murong Honglian was in the Mu Rong family, he also found out what happened in the Myriad Tao Forest. There were many powerful heaven old orcs that suddenly appeared, and all sorts of intense battles broke out, causing a huge commotion that could be seen from the outside of the Myriad Tao Forest. You also know the situation in Myriad Tao Forest. Qin Xiang thought about it, and felt that the Mu Rong family still paid more attention to the Myriad Tao Forest. Several world-defying stage clanness had met to discuss the situation inside the Myriad Tao Forest. He clan knows a lot about the situation inside, so he has to listen to He clan's advice this time. Murong Honglian said, "I am not too sure about the specifics. I only know that a lot of powerful people suddenly appeared and are fighting inside. I was worried that something might have happened to you inside." Qin Xiang laughed. "How could I have gotten into trouble that easily? By the way, how is your Mu Rong family now?" Previously, he had agreed with Murong Honglian that he would return to the Mu Rong family with her within 10 years and ask her to save his master, but it had only been 2 years now. Murong Honglian was not in a rush, so she didn't bring up this matter. The Mu Rong family is still the same as ever. They saw that I often stayed at their house, so they urged me to bring you back within 20 years to let them take the world-defying green dragon and myriad Tao treasures from your hands. Murong Honglian sighed. "In that case, you're not in a rush to deal with your master right now, right? I haven't prepared enough yet, so in a few years' time." Qin Xiang said, "And if possible, you can contact me. I will be staying in the forest outside of the Mu Rong family's residence. There will be people from the Mu Rong family patrolling the area, so it will be quite safe." Murong Honglian said, "This way, you can contact me more often." Qin Xiang had already planned to follow Murong Honglian to the Mu Rong family after cultivating the primordial divine body. But now that he had other plans, he felt that he wasn't prepared enough. "All right, I will contact you when the time comes." Qin Xiang put away the 6 realms mirrors and then took out a small piece of myriad Tao divine soil. He had previously searched for the myriad Tao divine soil in this myriad Tao forest, and obtained this from the He clan's hands. However, he didn't know that the He clan had been and Atiti had a way by him. But he did know that their slave in purple costume had found the myriad Tao divine soil. When Chen Kai saw Chen Xiang take out the myriad Tao divine soil, he said in shock, "You actually have quite a few myriad Tao divine soil-less. Where did you get them from?" Chen Xiang laughed. "I found it inside this myriad Tao forest. It's hidden inside a rock. The heaven old orcs on top of it fight a lot." Chen Kai shook his head and sighed. "Those barbarians do not recognize this good stuff. It will only be wasted in their hands. Although a small piece of myriad Tao divine soil like you is quite small, you can actually refine very strong weapons." Qin Xiang had also just seen that Chen Kai was more proficient in using myriad Tao divine soil's artifact forging, and had used it better than Feng Kur, which was why he had intentionally brought it out. "Can you refine it as strong as that needle?" Chen Xiang was extremely envious of Feng Kur's golden needle. It was just that he needed something even bigger to be as big as a sword. This would allow him to easily break through defense in battle. Feng Kuter's needles were not only sharp, they could also easily penetrate various kinds of energy barriers. They had good defense, but they were a little too small. Chen Xiang asked Feng Kuker to take out the golden needle, but she did not give it to Qin Kai. This was her treasure, but the gold was very precious, so she did not trust Qin Kai at all. Such a powerful thing. Qin Kai took a glance before taking a deep breath and praising. "Good eye." When Feng Kuer had first shown Qin Xiang, he did not manage to recognize it at all. It was only when his own divine weapon had been pierced by this needle that he realized how powerful it was. "With just a twitch of your beard, can you make that sword become as powerful as this needle?" Feng Kuer asked. "It is difficult to be as powerful as it is, but getting close to this needle shouldn't be a problem. It's just that I don't have enough materials." Chen Kai felt that it was a little regretful. "This needle of yours is very scary. It can be said to be able to destroy everything. To refine a sword to this extent, not only the ingredients, it also requires a lot of time." "I know. What materials do you need?" Qin Xiang felt that if he had this sword, he would be able to defeat even enemies stronger than him. During battle, when both parties were at the same level of strength, if the opponent used the world-defying stage divine power to form a very strong defensive barrier, it would be very difficult to break it. Myriad Tao divine soil is enough. It's just that the amount in your hands is too little. Chen Kai stroked his beard and shook his head. "There are a lot of myriad Tao divine soil that are required, and at least 100 times more than what you have. If there is, how long do you think you will need to be able to refine it?" Qin Xiang asked again. "About 100 years. Qin Kai said he also wanted to refine such a powerful item, but he did not have the materials. "I can get the materials. Can you guarantee your success?" Qin Xiang had tried to refine a small piece of the myriad Tao divine soil with Feng Kuer before by using a derivation method. Now, if he wanted to gather the required ingredients, he could only use a very long time to refine them. He felt that if he were to use the time domain, it would be able to shorten a lot of time. "Can you really get it?" Qin Kai could not believe it. After all, this was the myriad Tao divine soil, and although he did not need much, it was still very difficult to obtain. Chen Xiang weighed the little myriad Tao divine soil in his hand. Although it was small, it was still 1 kilogram heavy. If it was 100 times, it would be 100 kilograms. "It's true." Qin Xiang smiled. He was very confident. "All right, if you really can get that many myriad Tao divine soil-less, I am willing to help you refine them. Furthermore, I can also add some materials that I have collected to strengthen your sword." Chen Kai didn't know why, but he actually believed in Qin Xiang all of a sudden. TL. Many thanks. Qin Xiang laughed. "I'll go out for a while, put my materials somewhere else." "All right, I intend to borrow some from the barbarians." Chen Kai chuckled and then left. Chun Xiang looked at the small piece of myriad Tao divine soil in his hand and said, "With my current strength, I should be able to produce at least a gene after refining the inherent skill and crash method together. As long as I refine it 100 times, it would be enough." The last time he was refining the myriad Tao divine soil, he had only used a derivation method. At that time, he was not strong enough and did not dare to use the crash method. But now, both he and Feng Ku'er had already cultivated the primordial divine body. It will definitely work. Feng Ku'er was also restless. A powerful divine weapon was about to appear very quickly. Feng Ku'er had wanted Chun Xiang to refine the myriad Tao divine soil a long time ago. So now that Chun Xiang had made this plan, she was extremely happy and immediately felt a lot of motivation. Feng Ku'er had wanted Chun Xiang to refine the myriad Tao divine soil a long time ago. So now that Chun Xiang had made this plan, she was extremely happy and immediately felt a lot of motivation. Let's begin now. Chun Xiang took out the Tianchuang furnace, placed the CLUS, Ter of myriad Tao divine soil into the cauldron, and released the world-defying D fire to begin refining. At this moment, his world-defying D fire had also become much more resplendent. His divine flame was already close to the large success realm. Refining a myriad Tao divine soil still required a bit of time, especially when using the derivation method and the crash method. Previously, when he was refining the myriad Tao divine soil, it was only a small amount of time. But now he was refining a small ball, which was a lot more than before. I wonder if it will be as difficult as refining a world-defying heavenly Dan. The usage of the myriad Tao divine soil was huge, and it was an extremely strong material, so the difficulty would definitely be no less than that of the world-defying heavenly Dan. The last time he was refining this little, he was unable to execute crash method and could only use the derivation method. I will definitely succeed. I still have the power of the 6 divine beasts in my body to borrow. Chun Xiang closed his eyes and released the flames to burn. He had previously had the experience of being able to successfully refine one, so right now his refining process was much smoother, just as he had expected, because there were too many myriad Tao divine soil S who could refine a single pill. Refining a single pill was a little difficult. At this stage of the refining process, it was already difficult for him. However, he would not give up. The harder it was, the better it would be for him. You should be able to handle it. Feng Ku'er said, "No problem. It's just that it will take more time. I've already endured during the refining of the world, defying heavenly Dan previously, so there's no need to talk about this." Chun Xiang laughed, then wiped off his sweat. "You rest first. It'll be hard on you later when you get there." Really liked refining myriad Tao divine soil less. No matter how hard it was, she would be willing to refine it. Took about 10 months to finish refining the crystal and another month to finish refining it. By using the derivation method, he took half a year to produce the small crystal. When they collided, he was very hesitant. He was worried that he would not be able to handle it. But in the end, he still tried because Feng Ku'er was here. Feng Ku'er's sealing power was still very strong, but now that she had stepped into the diviness, he was more at ease. After a series of collisions, he and Feng Ku'er finally managed to suppress the power that had instantly exploded out. "I finally said this stage." Chun Xiang heaved a long sigh. This trial required the shortest amount of time, but it was the hardest because the power that was unleashed in an instant was extremely strong. If he could not control it, even if the furnace did not explode, it would still fail and waste the myriad Tao divine soil S. Next I just need to fuse and compress it. Feng Ku'er was also relieved. The next step was for her to use the power of the seal to compress it. The process was very arduous and required a long time. Chun Xiang also began to rest at this time. After a period of time had said, Feng Ku'er felt a sense of relief and happily shouted, "It's finally done!" Chun Xiang immediately took out the refined myriad Tao divine soil. He hefted it in his hand and said in pleasant surprise, It actually weighs 3 caddies. 1 caddy can be refined into 3 caddies. It is much better than what I imagined. In this way, you don't need to refine for that long, nodded. Previously, when he estimated that a gene could already produce 2 gene of pill, he already thought that it was pretty good. Right now, it was out of his expectations, much more than he had expected. It took me close to 3 years. Fortunately, with the time domain, it has only been a month outside. I have to continue refining it 50 times. Chun Xiang thought about what he had to do next and felt a headache. Be contented. After all these years of trying, I still can't find you, and you only need to put in a bit of effort to refine it, but it's still so many. If those fellows above Myriad Tau were to find out, they would definitely be jealous to death. Feng Ku'er was very happy. She had always liked to do this kind of thing. All right, Qin Kai hasn't come yet. Let's continue refining. For the rest of the time, Chen Xiang and Feng Ku'er continued to refine Myriad Tau Divine Soilless day and night. With Feng Ku'er accompanying them in refining, Qin Xiang would not feel that it was boring, and would occasionally tell Feng Ku'er jokes or pinch her cute cheeks. Time Pa-S said quickly, and soon, several years had Pa-S said. As for Chen Xiang, who used the time domain, he had already survived more than 100 years, and had finally gathered 100 kilograms worth of Myriad Tau Divine Soil. During this period of time, Chen Kai had come twice, both times to tell Qin Xiang to wait patiently. He already knew that Chen Xiang had a way to refine the Myriad Tau Divine Soil, and when he confirmed this matter, he almost kneeled down. He was very clear on the value of the Myriad Tau Divine Soil, but Chen Xiang had a way to make the Myriad Tau Divine Soil come out endlessly. Qin Xiang and Feng Ku'er could finally rest. After they had rested for about 10 days, Qin Kai came again. I've collected my materials too. Where is your Myriad Tau Divine Soil? Are you ready? Chen Kai looked to be much more excited than Feng Ku'er and Qin Xiang, because he was prepared to refine an extremely terrifying divine tool. Look, Chen Xiang took out a jade case and laughed. Are these Myriad Tau Divine Soil enough? Enough is enough. Who knows? There might still be some left. When Chen Kai saw these Myriad Tau Divine Soil, he nearly couldn't catch his breath and laughed happily. Next, in just 100 years, I'll be able to refine an extremely powerful divine sword for you. Chen Xiang couldn't wait for more than 100 years, and there were only 3 or so years until the agreement between him and Murong Honglian. When you are refining, do you need to absorb the Myriad Tau's power outside to refine it? Qin Xiang asked. No need, I only need time. You can wait 100 years, right? Qin Kai was also a fellow who had lived for many years, so he had no concept of time. I can't wait. How about this? I'll let you enter time formation. Your time inside is different from my time outside. Qin Xiang said. Even so, I will not have to wait for long. Sure. Chen Kai felt that it didn't matter anymore. As long as he could refine treasures, he could do it anywhere. Not everyone would have the chance to refine so many Myriad Tau Divine Soilless in one go. Qin Xiang allowed him to enter the 6 realms mirrors, then use the power of time, and even use dual time domain S. Like this outside for a day, it was almost 3 years inside, and outside for approximately 2 months, it had been 100 years inside. Qin Xiang used the power of time to cover a person's body. The consumption of energy was not too big. Furthermore, he did not want to do anything else. Qin Xiang used the power of time to cover a person's body. The consumption of energy was not too big. Furthermore, he did not want to do anything else. If you succeed when you have time in the future, make more Myriad Tau Divine Soilless. When that time comes, refine a thing that cannot be pierced with needles. Feng Ku'er said. Qin Xiang did not know why she was so bitterly chasing after him. Which one of my heavenly magic swordess is stronger than your golden needle? Qin Xiang laughed. It should be my golden needle. Because my golden needle is relatively small, it shouldn't be a problem to pierce through your heavenly magic sword. Feng Kuher smiled tenderly. When the time comes, you better not try it, or else if it breaks, you and I will be busy these past few days for nothing. Of course Chen Xiang did not dare to try. Even if he wanted to, he would have to wait until he got back to the Mu Rong family to try again. Very quickly, a month had passed. When Chen Xiang let Qin Kai come out of the 6 realms mirrors and saw how happy Qin Kai was, he knew that he had already succeeded. Here, take a look for yourself. Qin Kai carefully handed the heavenly magic sword over to Qin Xiang and warned him, "You better not randomly try to hack at your own things, or else your heart will ache very badly." Qin Xiang found a relatively useless divine weapon and gently cut through it. Afterwards, he took out another world-defying heaven fruit and lightly cut it in half. Previously, his heavenly magic sword could only leave a little mark on that world-defying heaven fruit, but now it could be as simple as cutting a fruit. The improvement is really huge. Qin Xiang was very happy. This sword could make his strength stronger. I wonder if I can break that golden needle. Qin Xiang really wanted to try it out. Don't ever try it. That needle is very powerful. If you go and hack at it, you might damage the sword. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Qin Kai immediately became anxious. This made Qin Xiang feel quite disappointed, because Qin Kai did not have much confidence in allowing this sword to Serpa. SS the needle. Yes, my golden needles are still very strong. In the case that I'm not too sure, it's better not to randomly try. Feng Kute said, "If you want to try, go up there and try. There are a few barbarian beastmen who claim that their bodies are very strong, hee." Qin Kai laughed. All right. Qin Xiang felt that this Qin Kai was definitely not weak, otherwise he would not be able to run up and down the tower looking for the materials. Come, let's go up. Qin Kai brought Qin Xiang to the ground. What surprised Qin Xiang was that after he came to this place, he didn't feel like he was in the Myriad Tao Forest at all. The Myriad Tao Forest from before was a scene of devastation and devastation. It was a desolate place, but it was now a GRAS, lands filled with greenery. There were even some tall mountains in the distance, making it seem as if the world had turned upside down. Is this really a Myriad Tao Forest? Qin Xiang exclaimed. There was even a large forest in the distance. Of course, this piece of Myriad Tao Forest has already been modified. It has become pretty good. After all, there is a large group of heaven-old orcs living here, and amongst these heaven-old orcs, there are a few who are more human-like, able to transform this place so beautifully. Qin Kai chuckled. Now, I'll take you to find that guy who thinks that the scales on his body are indestructible. Although Qin Kai was a weirdo within the Heaven-Old Orcs, he did not seem to be afraid of the Heaven-Old Orcs at all. The light carriage brought Qin Xiang to the side of a large river with many stone houses built beside it. Once Qin Xiang arrived, many Heaven-Old Orcs rushed out from the stone hut. Human. Qin Kai, you actually brought a human back. It looks soft and tender, but it definitely tastes good. Sell it to me. How much is an arm? I prefer thighs. I want a thigh. I want it too. Qin Xiang saw that this group of Heaven-Old Orcs were dressed very impressively, but the words that came out of their mouths made him feel cold. He suddenly felt that, in the eyes of these Heaven-Old Orcs, he was like a delicious cake. Enough of you, he is my friend. Qin Kai snorted. I won't even give you a single hair. If you guys want to eat it, then eat it. What's so good about human meat? Hearing Qin Kai's words, Qin Xiang could not help but plus fur. After all, he had been with Qin Kai for a period of time. But Qin Kai actually dared to say such to his flesh, making him feel like Qin Kai had the intention to eat him. BASTARD, do you want to eat me? Qin Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to him and asked, How is that possible? What's so good about you? I said it to trick these idiots. Qin Kai replied, This group of Heaven-Old Orcs did not really believe Heaven-Old Orcs' words. Right now, they were looking at Qin Xiang like hungry wolves looking at a little white sheep. Chen Kai was also extremely cautious along the way as he shouted, "All of you better stay far away from me, or else I will kill all of you." Seeing this group of hungry heaven-old orcs, Qin Xiang's heart was a mess. He did not dare look at them in the eyes. "Give me a finger to try it." "Scram!" Qin Kai bellowed. "If you want to die, then immediately scram over. I haven't eaten anything in a long time." Qin Kai was a little imposing here, but when they saw him angry, the group of heaven-old orcs immediately jumped back into their stone houses. Qin Xiang was finally relieved. Although these heaven-old orcs had the appearance of a human, they were still the heart of a beast, and he felt that Qin Kai was a strange existence in the heaven-old orcs. Qin Kai brought Qin Xiang and flew across the river, arriving at the other side. The buildings on the other side of the river looked much more high-S than the ones on the other side. Although Qin Xiang had caused a bit of a commotion when he arrived, none of the heaven-old orcs said that they wanted to eat him. You have to remain calm. You are a human, and they are wild beasts. That is why they are acting this way. Qin Kai replied, "With me here, you don't have to worry." Qin Xiang thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, he had fallen into a herd of beasts by himself, and these beasts all like to eat meat. The guy over there looks really amazing. He's very different from the guy over there. Qin Xiang said the heaven-old orcs at the side did not look as blee as them. Of course, only the strong can live here, and the heaven-old orcs here likes it to be quiet. Whoever dares to make a ruckus here will be torn apart alive. Qin Kai's words gave Qin Xiang a fright, for it to be the same against its own kind. He started to worry. If this myriad Tao forest barrier was broken open after this group of heaven-old orcs had left, it could be imagined. I feel like a lamb. I wonder if they will still look at me like this after I show my strength. That was why he had this kind of thought. In the wild beasts, only the strong were respected, and they acknowledged the strong even more than humans. Not only did the heaven-old orcs want to eat Qin Xiang, they also looked down on a human like Qin Xiang. Of course, in the heaven-old orcs, even if they were the same kind, as long as they were weak, they would only be tasty food. Not only did the heaven-old orcs want to eat Qin Xiang, they also looked down on a human like Qin Xiang. Of course, in the heaven-old orcs, even if they were the same kind, as long as they were weak, they would only be tasty food. Don't worry, if you're really that capable, these guys wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Look at them, they don't dare to come here right now, mainly because they're afraid of me. Qin Kai sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. He was worried that Qin Xiang would become crazy because of this. It's fine. Even if you're not here, I'm not too worried. Since Qin Xiang had cultivated the primordial divine body, he wasn't afraid of these heaven-old orcs right now. He could just use the power of SPAC to avoid them. After Qin Kai and Qin Xiang crossed the bridge, they walked along the river and arrived at a large stone house by the river. The outside of the stone house was surrounded by many stone walls. "Are the guys inside very strong?" Qin Xiang asked softly. Since he had come here and there were no heaven-old orcs nearby, he must be afraid of the owner of the stone hut, which was why he did not dare come here. "Yeah, he's very strong. Even I'm a bit afraid of him." Chen Kai nodded his head. This guy had once fought with many other powerful heaven-old orcs for their territories, but he couldn't win against them. But he still has some strength, so he is now the king here. Chen Kai pointed to the buildings on both sides of the river. This is a place under his jurisdiction and is the king of this part of the heaven-old orcs. He can bring this group of people for war. So it's like that. Qin Xiang suddenly thought back to what Qin Kai had said before. A great war had broken out here, the main reason being the battle for the human emperor realm. Who is the human emperor now? These fellows are obviously beast men. Why do they call themselves the human sovereign and not the beast king? I'll tell you who the human emperor is, and you won't know. but I can tell you with certainty that he isn't the golden-haired old man from before." Chun Kai chuckled, then knocked on the door and continued, "Although we are from heaven old orcs because we look like humans, we are called Human Emperor." Chun Xiang still remembered that golden-haired old man. He had almost been killed earlier. "Come in." A thunderous roar came from inside, shaking the stone door. Chun Kai immediately opened the door and brought Chun Xiang in. After Chun Xiang entered, he only saw a tall and dy man seated on a large stone chair. This burly man's face was filled with ferociousness. The children that saw him would definitely be scared to tears. He had a thick beard and a pair of green eyes, making him look somewhat terrifying. Bear King. After Chun Kai entered, he immediately bowed. It could be seen that he was truly a little afraid of this big guy. Chun Xiang immediately followed and bowed towards Chun Kai. "Is this a human?" Xiong Quan looked at Chun Xiang with his pair of green eyes and revealed a great deal of interest. What made Chun Xiang annoyed was that this fellow actually wanted to eat him too. "Yes. You should know my personality. I'm very curious about many things, so I became friends with this human. I hope you don't hurt him." Chun Kai laughed. "The reason I brought him here is mainly because he doesn't believe that the heavenly bear divine scale you possess is that powerful." "What is it? He wants to meet you first?" The bear sneered. "Why should I show it to this weak human?" Chun Kai shook his head, not for him to see, but for him to try. He said that they humans have extremely powerful weapons and can easily break any scales. If you are unable to do so, he is willing to let you eat him. Hearing that, Chun Xiang's eyes stared widely at Chun Kai. He had never said such a thing before. "Don't worry, these guys are very gullible. If you really can't do it, then just run away." Chun Kai immediately transmitted back to Chun Xiang. "This is interesting. Weak humans are always self-righteous. I admit that their little tricks are powerful. But in the face of the absolute power of our heaven old orcs, those things are basically not able to withstand a single blow. Come." With a loud laugh, the Bear King released a large amount of black gas from his body before a layer of grayish-black scales covered his body, making him look extremely dy and hard to break through. "Where are you going to stab me? Come at me." Xiong G looked at Chun Xiang, his face filled with a disdainful smile. "Is your heart okay?" Chun Xiang had already taken out his heavenly magic sword, so it was impossible for a heaven old orcs like the Bear King to see how powerful his heavenly magic sword was. This Bear King's strength was not bad either. He had reached the initial stage of the primordial divine body, and Chun Xiang's primordial divine body was only at the initial stage, so it was one stage stronger than Chun Xiang's. "You want to kill me?" When the Bear King heard this, he became somewhat angry. "What is it? Aren't you very confident in what fish scales you have? If I am unable to pierce through them, I am willing to let you eat them." Chun Xiang sneered, seeing his expression. The Bear King was even more furious. It wanted to smash Chun Xiang's head to pieces. "Good, my heart is in this place. If you have the guts, then go ahead and pierce it. With your weak strength, you are unable to shake this huge mountain of mine." The Bear King pointed to the location of his heart. Chun Kai had previously said that the most important thing for heaven old orcs was the heart, because the heart was their very foundation. The reason they were called heaven old orcs was because they had that strong beast heart of theirs. "Is this it?" Chun Xiang was a little nervous at the moment. After he walked over, he gathered his energy and ruthlessly pierced the location of the bear's heart. The Bear King had a confident and disdainful look on his face earlier, but when he felt the sharp pain in his heart, his expression changed greatly, but it was already too late, because his powerful heart had already been pierced through. Furthermore, Chun Xiang had even poured a violent surge of world-defying stage divine power into it through the heavenly magic sword, shattering the heart. After the heart was shattered, the bear fell to the ground, twitching. It was lifeless, dead. It's too easy to kill. Qin Xiang looked at the heavenly magic sword in his hand that was covered in black blood. You should have seen the power of this sword, right? Huh. Chen Kai himself was extremely happy, because this was something that he had refined. Before, I did not dare to do anything to this guy, but now he has finally died. Then what should we do next? Leave this place? Qin Xiang looked at the corpse of the Bear King, then threw it into the 6 realms mirrors. Do whatever you want. Qin Kai laughed. Anyways, my biggest enemy has already been eliminated. I never thought it would be so easy. Bear King. A roar came from outside. I heard a human came to your territory. When are you going to eat him? You don't care about me at all? Qin Kai immediately frowned and said in a low voice, This is the nearby Pig King. His strength is also pretty good. Do you want to go and fight him? All right. All right. Qin Xiang only said the word good before he teleported, appearing behind the Pig King and slashed down on its head. The Wild Boar King was much taller than the Bear King, and it looked to be extremely heavy. However, when Qin Xiang brandished his sword, the Wild Boar King actually dodged his attack, and at the same time let out a roar, spitting out a large wild boar tooth from its mouth that flew towards Qin Xiang's head. After Qin Xiang turned his head to the side to avoid the wild boar teeth, the Wild Boar King had already rushed over with great speed. That huge palm struck over, making people feel like it was a small mountain flying over, bringing along an extremely berserk wind, lifting up a large piece of rock ground. Qin Xiang only saw the Pig King swing his palm, and his body was already hit by the wave of air. After being blown away, his body was also in extreme pain from the shock of the air blast. And after being blown back, he immediately teleported away. If not, he would be injured by even more berserk energy. He teleported behind the Boar King and swung his sword at the Boar King. The Pig King did not expect Qin Xiang to suddenly appear behind him. He was not familiar with the power of S.P.A.C., but he still reacted and blocked the incoming heavenly magic sword with his palm. Qin Xiang's heavenly magic sword landed on the Pig King's giant arm, cutting it down like cutting tofu. Qin Kai U-B-A-S-T-A-R-D. The Wild Boar King had already smelled Qin Kai's scent and instantly cursed loudly. Then he retreated. After a few steps, his arm was cut off so easily, which meant that his entire body could be easily broken. King of Pigs, this is all your fault. Didn't you want to eat this human? Come here. Qin Kai laughed from afar. He had already seen Qin Xiang's strength, and thought that he was stronger than expected. He thought that Qin Xiang only knew how to concoct pills. He never expected that Qin Xiang's fighting skills would be so powerful too. Humans, I will destroy you. The Pig King sprinted forward angrily, like a bolt of lightning towards Qin Xiang. I won't waste any more time with you. Qin Xiang's body flashed with green light, and a ray of green light flew out. The green light landed on the Boar King's body and tied him up. After the world-defying green dragon came out, it wrapped around the Pig King under Qin Xiang's control. The Pig King immediately lost his ability to move, and at this moment he could deeply feel how terrifying the green dragon that coiled around his body was. The green dragon was an extremely powerful world-defying beast. Its aura alone was enough to make many beasts tremble, not to mention being entangled by a green dragon now. World-defying green dragon. After Qin Kai saw this, his face was also filled with shock. He never thought that after being together with Qin Xiang for so long, this was his first time seeing Qin Xiang's true strength. As a heaven old orcs, he obviously knew what a world-defying green dragon meant, and it was even controlled by Qin Xiang. Humans being able to cultivate world-defying beast was very amazing. Let me go. I am a loyal subordinate of the human emperor. He won't let you go. His heart was also filled with fear. The commotion here had already stirred the heaven old orcs on both sides of the river. Qin Xiang felt a group of heaven old orcs coming over, and anxiously stabbed their swords into the Pig King's heart, pouring world-defying stage divine power into the heart, destroying it. After the Pig King was killed, he hurriedly returned the corpse to the 6 realms mirrors and gave it to the toad. Let's go. Chun Xiang anxiously brought Chun Kai to teleport away. Outside the myriad Tao forest, Chun Kai looked at Chun Xiang in shock. The matter of the Chun Xiang world defying Green Dragon had already made him extremely shocked, but now Chun Xiang had actually succeeded in bringing him out. He left the myriad Tao forest. He had finally walked out. He thought he would still have to wait a long time. I'm coming out. I'm coming out. Chun Kai laughed. I didn't expect it to be so easy. I thought you all would be restricted to staying inside. Chun Xiang laughed. He had only used time and SPAC power teleportation and successfully exited. You are too scary. That's a world-defying green dragon. When Chun Kai thought back, he could not help but feel fear. Yes, that's why I got into a lot of trouble. Chun Xiang laughed bitterly. Many human forces want to obtain my world-defying green dragon. Now that I have appeared, it won't be long before they come to kill me. You humans have idiots too. Don't they know how powerful world-defying green dragon are? You actually want to SNATCH your world-defying green dragon. Chun Kai was shocked by Chun Xiang's words again. He never thought that world-defying green dragon could SNATCH it away. How should I know about them? In short, when they see something they like, they feel that it's useful to themselves. If it can increase their own strength, they will SNATCH it away without a care in the world. Chun Xiang curled his lips. Well, they'll never get your stuff, will they? Chun Kai laughed. Chun Xiang was so powerful and could even use the time and SPAC power. It would be extremely difficult to SNATCH his world-defying green dragon. Of course. That's why those guys suffered a lot of losses. Furthermore, it was all because of me. Chun Xiang sighed. Oh, right, Chun Kai. Do you want to come with me to a place? When the time comes, I might need your help. Chun Kai was very strong and very mysterious too. He wasn't afraid of the King of Pigs and the King of Bears. He knew that he was strong. Good. But I want to enter your 6 realms mirrors S and C. I heard from Xiao Kuer that there are a lot of her array formations inside. Chun Kai was most interested in these things. No problem, you can go in. But don't tease the toad. It doesn't like to be disturbed from sleeping. Chun Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and let Chun Kai in. After Chun Kai went in, Chun Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to contact Morong Honglian. Little Red Lotus, how is she now? Chun Xiang saw Morong Honglian standing in a pavilion in a daze, and laughed as he shouted. It's okay, it's just that the BAS of He clan would come to find trouble with me from time to time. Morong Honglian scoffed. They're trying to find you through me. Yes, I'll go look for you now. Chun Xiang immediately teleported to the pavilion. It had been a few years since Morong Honglian last saw Chun Xiang. Now, she carefully sized him up, wanting to see if Chun Xiang had any changes. Chun Xiang had already cultivated the primordial divine body, and she even had a very strong heavenly magic sword. Are you ready? Morong Honglian asked. The reason Chun Xiang was able to come here was very likely because he wanted to follow her into the Mu Rong family. I'm ready. Chun Xiang smiled mysteriously. Let's go in now. Morong Honglian was still a little worried and said in a low voice, You must know it is extremely dangerous to go in. When that time comes, even if I have to put my life on the line, I will not be able to save you. The strength of the ancestors inside are extremely terrifying. Do you want to notify them before you go in? Chun Xiang asked. Yes, that's why they will capture you as soon as you enter. Morong Honglian hurriedly nodded. It's still not too late for you to regret it now. C3092. C3092, of course. Chun Xiang didn't regret it. All these years, he had been busy with preparations. He did not do this to help Morong Honglian, but to teach the Mu Rong family a lesson. The Mu Rong family's act of returning kindness to him made him angry, especially after he had saved Murong Honglien and brought him back to the Mu Rong family. The Mu Rong family had immediately sent people to kill him, wanting to NTC H the world defying green dragon and the myriad Tao's treasure from his body. This made him feel that the Mu Rong family was even more hateful than the He clan. I don't regret it. I can't wait to get in. Chun Xiang's eyes were filled with Asian as well as killing intent. Her actions made Murong Honglien's heart jump. She had thought that Qin Xiang had promised her that he would do anything to help her. She could already tell that Qin Xiang really wanted to enter the Mu Rong family. She thought back to what the Mu Rong family had done to Qin Xiang, and suddenly realized that Qin Xiang always hated the Mu Rong family. All right, I'll bring you in now. I won't inform them. As long as you enter, they shouldn't say anything. Murong Honglien tightly held onto Qin Xiang's hand. She didn't know why, but she was actually more nervous than Qin Xiang by a lot. Murong Honglien had mastered the time and SPAC power very well, and was considered very outstanding in the Mu Rong family. The Mu Rong family had used the power of SPAC very well, but only Murong Honglien and a few other ancestors had used the time and SPAC power well. 1. Ben. Read it? Fiction. Ibdu. Chun Xiang followed Murong Honglien into the SPAC where the Mu Rong family was. It was like a huge city with a very stable SPAC. Just as they entered, they met a group of people Plussing over, Qin Xiang immediately saw Murong Honglien's senior, Murong Kai. Qin Xiang. When Murong Kai saw Qin Xiang entering with Murong Honglien, he was immediately overjoyed and shouted, looking at him. He looked as if he had seen his long-lost family. Lo. Qin Xiang laughed. Very good. Murong Kai laughed out loud and immediately rushed up to him, took out a red iron chain and tied Qin Xiang up, then released a pag. To cover him up. Senior Master, I have already fulfilled my contract, so you can let me and Master go now. Murong Honglien bit her lips, looking at the tower that imprisoned Qin Xiang. She knew how powerful it was, and her heart was filled with worry, but even more so, guilt. All right, you can leave now. Murong Kai laughed, then waved his sleeve and released a person. It was an extremely old man with a head full of white hair. Master. When Murong Honglien saw his master like this, he felt very grieved. Then she looked at Murong Kai. At the small tower in Murong Kai's hands, Qin Xiang was inside. Holding onto her jade fists tightly, she wanted to rush forward and ATCH the tower. Go. An aged and powerless voice suddenly appeared in Murong Honglien's mind. It was her master's voice. Just as Murong Honglien was about to attack, a boom resounded and the entire Murong secret realm began to shake. We are from the He clan. Hurry up and let us in. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When Murong Kai heard the voices coming from outside, he became terrified and immediately hid himself inside the pag. Oda. Murong Honglien secretly cursed himself for not taking action in time, as he had already missed the best opportunity to save Qin Xiang. Little girl Red Lotus, what's going on outside? Qin Xiang suddenly said to Murong Honglien. Qin Xiang. Murong Honglien did not expect Qin Xiang to actually be able to contact her again. Are you all right? I'm sorry. Murong Honglien apologized a few times. It's fine. I'm fine now. What's going on outside? Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed when he saw the guilt written all over Murong Honglien's face. The people from the He clan have arrived. They should be the ones that came here the most, because of you. Murong Honglien said, They want to take you away, but I wonder if that old man from the Mu Rong family will let you out. Then hurry up and bring your master away. It's going to be a huge mess here. Qin Xiang said, Are you really okay? Murong Honglien was still a little worried. I'm fine. On the contrary, Qin Xiang felt that this tower was not that powerful. All right, I'll leave now. After Murong Honglian brought her master away, Qin Xiang was no longer able to see her through the 6 realms mirrors, which made him feel a lot more at ease. I wonder how this group of fellows will solve the problem of the He clan next. Qin Xiang was very curious about what was happening outside. He closed his eyes and used the time and SPAC power to transmit his hearing to the outside world. Murong Kai, Qin Xiang has been captured by you. The one who was charging in front was He Huang. Although he was only at world-defying holy body, he only dared to speak to the Murong family because of He clan's power. The Murong family was still afraid of the He clan, especially now that the He clan had gathered so many strong and powerful forces. Otherwise He Huang would not be so presumptuous towards them. From this, He Huang could tell the Murong family's current status. No, Qin Xiang is not here. Murong Kai calmed down and said calmly, he has already left with Murong Honglian. You guys should know that Murong Honglian is outside. He just left not long ago. Don't lie to me. We're very clear about the grudges you two have with Qin Xiang. Would you let him leave so easily? Furthermore, I know very well about the contract between you and Murong Honglian. He Huang laughed coldly. He Huang rode on a large flying disc. On it were a few middle-aged men. These middle-aged men were all as powerful as Murong Kai, and the person Murong Kai was most afraid of was the yellow-haired elder. From what Murong Kai said, he knew that the He clan had spies in the Murong family. He never thought that the Murong family would have a spy, even knowing the contract between Murong Honglian and him. Then this spy must be one of their higher-ups. Esteemed guests of the He clan have traveled here from afar. Please come inside and do it. If you have anything to say, please sit down and we can have a good talk. A friendly voice came from the sky above Murong City. Since Patriarch Murong has spoken, we can't not to give him face. All right, let's have a good talk today. As He Huang said this, he controlled the flying discs to fly inside. It was forbidden to fly above Murong City, but he did not care about this, making the people from the Murong family angry. Murong Kai did not follow him. Instead, he headed towards a mountain forest in the Murong secret realm and entered a cave. Ancestor, Qin Xiang is inside. Murong Kai Pa S, said the tower to an old man inside. I will use the shortest amount of time to get him to hand over the world, defying Green Dragon and myriad Tao divine soil. With these things, we don't need to be afraid of the He clan. The old man's skin was a waxy yellow, and his snow-white hair was in disarray. His eyes were filled with a vicious and sinister light as he looked at the small pag. Oh, with an evil grin. Qin Xiang, who was inside, already knew about the He clan coming in. He never thought that the Murong family was actually so useless, and got bullied by the He clan to such a degree. Qin Xiang, are you really not afraid of being unable to leave? Feng, Kur asked. She also wanted to know what method Qin Xiang would use to escape this tower. What's there to be afraid of? There has never been anything that could trap me. Qin Xiang smiled and said with great confidence, C3093, C3093, the little pag. Oh, that was locked up with Qin Xiang was in the hands of an ancestor of the Murong family. After the old man received the pag. Oh, and knew that Qin Xiang was really inside, he laughed happily. Little fellow, you better obediently cooperate with me. Hand over the myriad Tao's treasure first, and that treasure won't have any use for you. I'm afraid you don't even know how to use it yourself. The Murong family's ancestor laughed sinisterly. As for the world-defying Green Dragon, you have to give it to me. Qin Xiang heard Murong Dihua's words from inside and sneered in his heart, then took out the heavenly magic sword. I will not give you the world-defying Green Dragon, and even if I kill myself, I will not give it to you. I know the situation your Murong family is in, and you are still waiting for my world-defying Green Dragon to turn the tables, right? Qin Xiang laughed out loud. I am also clear about the He clan's power if you are unable to turn the tables. You will forever be their slave. Morong Honglien, this girl must have told you. It seems that you have quite a good relations. I plus P with her. It's a pity that she betrayed you and tricked you into this place. So you ended up in our hands. Right now, you must be feeling very sad and must hate her, right? Morong Dihua chuckled. Now that you're in this tower, you won't die. Try it. Chen Xiang closed his eyes and used the time and SPAC power. Through the time and SPAC power, he could directly see the situation outside the small peg. In his mind. At this moment, Morong Dihua was pressing the small peg. Against his forehead, allowing him to clearly understand the situation inside the peg. And be able to control everything inside. Not good. This guy is going to work. Qin Xiang suddenly felt a fluctuation in the SPAC. Obviously, Morong Dihua's power had entered the SPAC in the small peg. Qin Xiang rushed over to the wall and thrusted his sword towards it. The heavenly magic sword that had been tempered by the myriad Tao divine soil were extremely sharp and easily pierced through the wall. The long sword had already pierced through the small peg. And pierced through Morong Dihua's forehead. Morong Dihua, who had his forehead plastered to the small tower, just now saw Qin Xiang holding a sword inside, and was about to use his consciousness to take the sword away from Qin Xiang. But he did not expect that Qin Xiang would suddenly use his sword, and in the end he did not expect even more. The sword actually pierced through the inner wall of the small tower, directly emerging from the outside, and directly piercing into his forehead. Old man, you're too naive. Qin Xiang laughed loudly. Then, with a loud roar, he summoned a large amount of world-defying stage divine power and channeled it through the heavenly magic sword, entering Morong Dihua's divine sensi, causing a great deal of damage. After the small peg, was pierced, it became useless, allowing Qin Xiang to teleport out of it easily. There was ABL. Y hole in Morong Dihua's forehead, but he did not die. He only opened his eyes, which were filled with endless hatred, and his entire body trembled with anger. You little beast, what did you do to me? Didn't you want to obtain my world-defying green dragon? Didn't you want the myriad Tao's treasure? Qin Xiang grinned. This sword was created using the myriad Tao divine soil. Didn't you say before that I don't know how to use it? You want my world-defying green dragon. You are not worthy. Qin Xiang snorted, and then slashed a few times at Morong Dihua, and finally pressed his hand on Morong Dihua's head. He did not plan on devouring Morong Dihua's memories, because a strong soul like Morong Dihua would find it difficult to search for memories, even if he was severely injured. After he sensed the chaotic world-defying stage divine power within Morong Dihua's body, he immediately activated the devouring magic kung fu and directly devoured it. So powerful, as expected of a fellow with an adult world-defying stage divine body. When Qin Xiang absorbed the world-defying stage divine power, his arms were supported by the waves of world-defying stage divine power as they expanded and squirmed. You will die a horrible death. Morong Dihua roared in shock. He did not think that Qin Xiang would actually want to swallow him. You're the one who will die a horrible death. Qin Xiang laughed. Don't tell me I have to give you the world-defying green dragon in order to die comfortably? Dream on, I'll kill you. Not only do I not need to give you the world-defying green dragon, I can still live well. You are making an enemy out of our Mu Rong family. You will not have a good ending. Morong Dihua was extremely furious. Old man. Qin Xiang fiercely slapped Morong Dihua a few times. You have to understand, it was you who made me an enemy first. I saved Morong Honglien twice. Not only were you not grateful to me, you even stole my world-defying green dragon, who offended whom first. Since you have reached this stage, it is all you're doing. Your Mu Rong family deserves it. The world-defying green dragon would be fine if they stay on you, only in our hands with the S-H-I plus N-E. Before Murong Dihua could finish his words, all of the teeth in his mouth had already been shattered by Qin Xiang. So much bulls. H-I plus T. We'll talk about it when you're dead. You'll have a chance to say it when you're dead. Qin Xiang increased the power of his devouring and crazily devoured divine sense. See, worlds, world, defying stage, divine power. Old B-A-S-T-A-R-D. I'll let you bully me. Now, I'll let you experience the power of the old man. Qin Xiang looked at Murong Dihua's eyes that were filled with endless hatred and laughed complacently. Murong Dihua really wanted to curse Qin Xiang, but he was unable to say a word. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed. Qin Xiang had finally devoured most of them, and even though Murong Dihua did not die, he was still in a more miserable state than if he had died. He only had a very weak soul left to support him as Qin Xiang threw him into the 6 realms mirrors. This guy has quite a lot of world-defying stage divine power. I will need a period of time to refine them. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and changed his appearance into Murong Dihua's. His body was currently covered with Murong Dihua's world-defying stage divine power, and the aura he was releasing was also from Murong Dihua, which coincidentally allowed him to pass off as Murong Dihua. After walking out of the cave, Qin Xiang immediately saw Murong Kai. Murong Kai saw that the ancestor's face was flushed red. His eyebrows were beaming with joy, and anxiously walked over. "Ancestor, you've settled Qin Xiang." Of course, Murong Kai did not dare to doubt this ancestor, especially the aura this ancestor was releasing right now. Although it was a bit unnatural, it was extremely powerful and made him feel a lot of pressure. What's so difficult about a mere brat? Qin Xiang used Murong Dihua's voice and laughed complacently. Murong Kai felt that things were going a little too fast, and he had a better understanding of Qin Xiang now. Knowing Qin Xiang's character, it would be extremely difficult for him to get Qin Xiang to hand over the world-defying green dragon. "How are the fellows of He clan doing?" Qin Xiang asked. "They are gone." When the other patriarchs heard that Qin Xiang had fallen into the hands of the ancestor, they were completely at ease, so they chased them out. Now that the ancestor has obtained the world-defying green dragon, he no longer has to be afraid of the He clan. Murong Kai laughed loudly. "He clan B. ASTARDS. It's time to take care of them." C3094. C3094 Murong Kai didn't even know that the ancestor in front of him was Qin Xiang pretending to be him, respectfully following behind him. Qin Xiang brought him into the cave and then closed the stone door. "Ancestor, it's a bit chaotic here. What happened previously?" Murong Kai asked anxiously with a concerned look. "Are you injured?" Qin Xiang took out the small peg. "Oh, to that he destroyed Pass," said it over to Murong Kai, and said seriously, "This brat Qin Xiang doesn't know, just look at how he destroyed my peg. Oda, take a good look. Just look at how he destroyed this peg. Oda." Murong Kai took it and looked inside and outside very carefully. He could not see anything, but he still looked inside very carefully. He wanted to find something, and that way he could get praise from the ancestor. "You see anything?" Qin Xiang asked. "Not at the moment, but the technique is very secretive. If I look more carefully, all I see is that crack." Murong Kai said seriously, "This gap seems to come from the inside. How exactly did it come about?" "That's how it was done." Qin Xiang summoned his heavenly magic sword and thrusted his sword towards Murong Kai like lightning, conveniently destroying Murong Kai's divine sensi. "You, ancestor, why?" Murong Kai's face was filled with fear. He did not understand why his ancestor would act so viciously towards him. "Because I'm Qin Xiang." Qin Xiang changed back to his original appearance and laughed out loud. "That old fellow isn't dead yet. I left his spirit fox to torture him for a period of time. I was worried that he would be too lonely, so I grabbed you to accompany him." Murong-Kai had never thought that Chun Xiang would actually kill off such a powerful ancestor like Murong-Dihua, and even successfully impersonate Murong-Dihua to trick him into coming in, distract him, and then sneak attack him, causing him to be seriously injured. Qin Xiang, you. Murong-Kai clenched his teeth, staring at Qin Xiang. At this time he was no longer able to move. His divine sense, was already heavily injured. Go in and accompany that old bee. A-S-T-A-R-D. Chun Xiang took out Murong-Kai's soul and threw it into one of the 6 realms mirrors S. There was a small killing array there specially used to torture souls. He didn't have any plans to kill them yet, because if they were to die, the other ancestors of the Mu Rong family would immediately know about it. Mu Rong family. Sooner or later, you will all be destroyed by the He clan. But let me do it first. Whether or not you guys can escape this calamity will depend on your luck. At the same time, I want to warn He clan that is the result of their He clan becoming enemies with me. Qin Xiang. Chun Xiang stood on top of a tall mountain and released a powerful aura. After the few patriarchs in the Mu Rong family sensed this, they all came one by one. Dihua, what are you doing? Did you get the world-defying green dragon? Chun Xiang looked at the 2 elders and said sternly, You 2 stay far away from here. I want to try and see if I can release the world-defying green dragon. If the world-defying green dragon loses control at that time, you 2 better not hurt it too. It is our trump card to deal with the He clan. All right, let's leave this place immediately. The few old men were all very excited because the world-defying green dragon was already in their hands. If they really had control over it, they did not have to be afraid of the He clan. Moreover, they would also be the strongest within the world-defying stage clan. After Qin Xiang tricked them until they left, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and release the world-defying green dragon. The world-defying green dragon came out from the huge square boulder inside the 6 realms mirrors and became red all over, with raging flames and a pair of gigantic Sazako fire wings. Red Fire Dragon! When Chun Xiang saw that the Red Fire Dragon was much larger than before, he was extremely happy. At this moment, the entire sky above Murong City was covered by the body of this huge dragon. The Red Fire Dragon's body released wave after wave of scorching aura. As the dragon's body trembled, scorching waves of air pressed down from the skies, causing a sea of fire to envelop the entire city. In the blink of an eye, the ancient Murong city was enveloped in flames. When the people in the city saw that something was wrong, they immediately ran away. When the other elders saw how powerful the Red Fire Dragon was, they became excited and began to leave the Mu Rong family. It's starting! Chun Xiang was overjoyed. After that, he controlled the Red Fire Dragon to land on the ground and churn about. In an instant, it was rolled up into a pile of ruins and burned in the sea of flames. Roar! 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 The Red Fire Dragon roared continuously as it spat out huge balls of fire and lightning, like countless falling stars, that covered the forest around Murong City. When these balls of fire and lightning landed, they would create a gigantic sky crater. Doer, this place is about to be destroyed. Can you control this dragon? I can do it. You guys go out first. Qin Xiang could already feel the killing intent from the elders, who suddenly rushed over. They did not want to kill the Red Fire Dragon, but rather wanted to kill him. I don't think you can control it at all. Right now, this is all you can do. An old man's face suddenly became gloomy and cold. He slashed at Qin Xiang, his speed extremely fast. No one expected him to strike so suddenly. After Qin Xiang sensed the killing intent, he was already prepared for it and hastily dodged to the side, then teleported to the top of the Red Fire Dragon's head. You guys actually want to kill me, that's fine. Chun Xiang roared, controlling the Red Fire Dragon to shoot lightning towards the few patriarchs. Although Red Fire Dragon were powerful, the strength of those ancestors were not weak. They were actually able to fend off the streaks of lightning. These guys are still very strong. For the time being, I can't beat them. Chunxiang took a quick look inside the Morong's secret realm and realized that only a small part of it had been destroyed. 2 hacks, it's your turn to come out. Try your best to help me keep those guys busy. Chunxiang released Qin Kai. When Chen Kai came out, he immediately looked at the cultivation levels of the elders and then nodded. Leave it to me. The sudden appearance of someone who was also very powerful shocked the ancestors. After Qin Kai went over, he immediately controlled the red fire dragon and had it release a crazy destructive force that completely destroyed everything inside the Morong's secret realm. The destructive power of red fire dragon was extremely strong. Many people felt despair after seeing it, and they all escaped from the Morong's secret realm. Spatial rifts also appeared in the sky above the Morong's secret realm. Mu Rong family, you guys are done for. Chen Xiang allowed the red fire dragon to release its strongest energy and tore the entire Morong secret realm apart. Chen Kai too was almost done. Let's go. Chen Xiang hurriedly teleported Chen Kai back to his body, then teleported out of the Morong's secret realm. When he came outside, other than the large group of disciples from the Mu Rong family, he also saw a huge flying discs in the distance. On top of the discs stood He Huang, an ancestor of the He clan. C3095. C3095, the people from the He clan, had originally left the Morong's secret realm. However, not long after they left, they sensed an extremely strong aura of a world defying green dragon. When they came over, they had already known about the chaos within the Morong's secret realm. It's Morong Dihua. This guy already obtained the world defying green dragon. Behind He Huang, the patriarch of He clan, He Jihao frowned. He's coming over. Chun Xiang teleported in front of them. What? You want to give us the world defying green dragon? We already know that you are unable to control the world defying green dragon. He Huang said with a beaming smile, I can control the world defying green dragon, so I won't give it to you. And I still need to. Chun Xiang immediately let Chen Kai out. When Chen Kai came out, he immediately attacked He Jihao fiercely. He Huang turned pale with fright. He Jihao had never expected that the Mu Rong family would dare to attack them. He Jihao was only pushed to the side by Chen Kai in an instant. While Qin Xiang released the power of spatial imprisonment to lock He Huang, who was trying to escape. He Huang, you probably don't know who I am. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to He Huang, and He Huang looked at the old man in front of him. The voice that appeared in his mind was a voice that he was very familiar with. It was Chen Xiang's voice. You are. He Huang suddenly understood everything. Qin Xiang had snuck into the Morong family and even impersonated Morong Dihua, which meant that Morong Dihua had already been killed by Qin Xiang. Do you still remember me? Unfortunately, I cannot give it to you, but I can let you see my world defying green dragon before you die. As he finished speaking, Chen Xiang released a very small world defying green dragon that penetrated He Huang's body like lightning and entered He Huang's divine sense sea. Then it exploded inside the divine sense sea, turning into a gigantic world defying green dragon that directly bursted He Huang's divine sense sea and body. Seeing the world defying green dragon suddenly appear, He Huang's body exploded. He Jihao's heart was filled with rage. He shouted and attacked Qin Kai with all his might. But just as he was about to use his strength, Qin Xiang took Qin Kai away and teleported away, returning back to the myriad Tao forest. You have offended quite a few powerful fellows in an instant. Chen Kai laughed. But because of you, I also have the chance to meet human experts. They are all very powerful, especially that old fellow just now. He was too terrifying when he attacked. There are a lot of people like him. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Chun Xiang laughed bitterly. It's these guys who wanted to obtain my world defying green dragon. I don't have the strength to deal with them yet. If we had teamed up just now, we might have been able to kill that guy. Qin Kai was referring to He Jihao. Chun Xiang shook his head. No, you don't know that the old guys from the Mu Rong family are hiding somewhere. If we were to fight with the old monsters from He clan, they would definitely sneak and attack us. The ancestor of the Mu Rong family had long followed him out, but when he saw the people from the He clan, they did not follow. They hid at the side and watched, and when they saw how He Huang was killed, they trembled in fear as well. If they wanted to repair it again, they would need a lot of time. Now that they had suffered heavy losses, they did not know what to do next. Chan Xiang took out his 6 realms mirrors and looked at Morong Honglian. Little Red Lotus, how are you two doing? Qin Xiang asked. All right, you're out now? When Morong Honglian heard her voice, he was immediately overjoyed. Only Qin Xiang could see her in the same world as her, which meant that Qin Xiang had come out. Yes. The entire Morong secret realm has been destroyed by me. I'll go look for you right now. Chan Xiang teleported over with Qin Kai. Morong Honglian and her master were hiding in a cave. At this moment, her master seemed to be reaching the end of his lifespan and could die at any moment. This is my master, Morong Tianqing. Morong Honglian looked at her master and bit her lower lip. She knew very well that her master wouldn't be gone for long. Junior Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang immediately bowed to Morong Tianqing. Qin Kai. Qin Kai introduced himself. There's no need to be so polite. Morong Tianqing laughed. What a powerful young man. The Mu Rong family is about to be destroyed. I'm sorry I've destroyed your Mu Rong family. Chun Xiang said somewhat embarrassed. Sedley, after we left the Mu Rong family, we were no longer members of their family. Morong Tianqing let out a long sigh. The ancestors of the Mu Rong family were more selfish than the rest. I only noticed later on that day. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have gone all out to help them develop. Chun Xiang had truly experienced it before. At the critical moment, these ancestors were actually jealous of Morong Dihua for obtaining the world-defying green dragon and wanted to kill him to S. N.H.H. Senior, I heard you are an alchemist. I coincidentally am also from Alchemist. With your current condition, you should be able to use pills to alleviate it, right? Looked at Morong Tianqing's situation, and it was mainly because the world-defying stage divine power was no longer present. To the world-defying stage, the world-defying stage divine power was the source of life, and the reason Morong Tianqing was able to live for that long was all because of the remnant world-defying stage divine power in his body. If you want to extend your life, you can't use someone else's world-defying stage divine power. Right now, the bridge to the world-defying stage divine power is broken, causing the world-defying stage divine power to be unable to be transported out. This requires refining a type of divine stage everlasting pellet, and right now I don't have the ability to refine any more. Morong Tianqing sighed. I'll try, Qin Xiang said. It was rare for him to meet an alchemist, so he definitely had to learn from them. Let me take a look at your current world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire. Morong Tianqing saw Qin Xiang's serious face and asked. Qin Xiang immediately released the world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire. When Chen Kai saw it, he is only at the initial stage of the divine body, but the world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire is close to mastery. Generally speaking, only the peak of world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire can be refined, but you can try. Morong Tianqing said. Within the world-defying stage clan, there aren't many alchemists who know how to refine pills. Even though there are quite a few alchemists from other families, none of them are able to refine this kind of pill, and none of them are willing to refine for me. Only the 2 alchemists of the He clan can be refined, but they definitely cannot be refined for me. In order to give Morong Tianqing enough confidence, Chen Xiang took out the world-defying heavenly Dan he had refined himself, and said, This is what I refined. I relied on this pill to cultivate my primordial divine body. World-defying heavenly Dan. When Morong Tianqing saw it, He was surprised to be able to recognize it. He thought that not many people would know of this pill. Yes, Senior, you also know how to refine? Chun Xiang felt that world-defying heavenly danas were extremely hard to refine as well. He had to spend a great amount of time to finally figure out the method to refine them. See 3096. See 3096 Morong Tianqing and Morong Honglian both recognized the world-defying heavenly Dan, especially Morong Honglian. She was staring at the world-defying heavenly Dan in Chun Xiang's palm like a wooden chicken. I don't understand. Because it was extremely difficult to refine, I used to have medicinal ingredients, but after I tried them all, I ended up failing. Murong Tianqing saw that Chun Xiang could refine world-defying heavenly Dan, but he was also pleasantly surprised and full of hope. This was because Chun Xiang was able to refine pills for him, allowing him to recover. This was something that had been bothering him for many years. He had the medicinal ingredients, but he was unable to refine them himself, and no one helped him refine them. That was why he was able to drag things out until now. This is the medicinal herb. Murong Tianqing immediately took out a green jade box and handed it over to Murong Honglian, telling him to pass it to him. After Chun Xiang opened it, a burst of cold air rushed out. All the medicinal ingredients had been frozen. Just to keep it fresh, the box had also been specially made. Is the medicinal herb still fresh? Murong Tianqing asked. Not too bad, not too bad. Chun Xiang looked at it, then nodded. Are these just the medicinal ingredients? There were only 2 types of herbs in the box. 2 pieces of bamboo, 1 golden and 1 red, only as thin as a finger. Yes, this is called the crimson gold bamboo. This type of bamboo grows from a piece of red to a piece of gold for 100,000 years. I handled both sections well. Murong Tianqing said, You can just directly refine it. You are able to refine a pill as hard as this world-defying heavenly Dan. You should be able to refine something like this. What pill is this? Chun Xiang asked. He was also very interested in this unfamiliar pill. The primordial meridian pill is mainly used to repair severely damaged Dao veins. My Dao meridians are severely damaged, so I am unable to draw out the world-defying stage divine power. As long as I consume this pill, I can repair broken Dao veins. Murong Tianqing slowly stood up and said, I have never refined this kind of pellet before, so I am not sure what problems I will encounter during the refining. Chun Xiang nodded. He had placed all his hopes on him now. Chun Xiang, you have to succeed. Murong Honglian pulled Chun Xiang's hand. My master looks after me very well. I'll definitely succeed. I'll start right now. Chun Xiang looked at the stone room over there and said, I'll start inside. Murong Honglian immediately brought Chun Xiang into the secret room. When Chun Xiang was at the door, he turned and instructed Chun Kai, telling him to be more alert. Chun Kai was still quite strong. If not, he would not have been able to fend off the few ancestors all by himself. Although he could only hold on for a short period of time, it was already not bad. After Chun Xiang entered the secret room, he immediately released a time domain to cover the 2 sections of the pillar, and then used the triple time field to increase his speed. Sijing, how long do you think it will take for the seed to grow? Senior Morong seems to only have this kind of medicinal herb. Chun Xiang said, I need to get a backup. Chun Xiang felt that he would definitely succeed, and he did so just in case. At the same time, he felt that this pillar was not bad and wanted to plant it inside the Yu Yao mountain villa. About 10 days. What Jiang Sijing said was the normal time. All right. In the following 10 days, Chun Xiang did not refine pills, but instead wholeheartedly planted this golden red mysterious bamboo. Just as Jiang Sijing had predicted, a section had been planted within the span of 10 days. He immediately cut off the 2 pieces of bamboo that had just grown and threw them into the Tianchuang furnace to refine. The refining process was still very easy, especially when compared to the world-defying Heavenly Dan. At the very least, it was not like how world-defying Heavenly Dan had so many steps. Using a familiar technique, he was able to successfully refine the two pieces of bamboo and fuse them together. Don't we need to use the derivation technique? Seeing that Chen Xiang was about to start concocting pills, Feng Kuo asked, I don't think so. This pill isn't used to increase one's cultivation. Therefore, no matter how high the quality is, it won't be of much use. Chen Xiang said, that might not be the case. He used it to repair his meridians. If the quality is high, then it might be faster. Feng Kuo said, all right then, I'll use the derivation method to train. After using the derivation method, Chen Xiang finally understood that this golden red, mysterious bamboo was somewhat different. Is this even a divine medicine that can make people proud of themselves? Chen Xiang felt this was a little unbelievable. At this moment, there were more than 10 small crystals that had just sprouted out of his furnace. These were all easily produced by him. Why is this happening? Feng Kuo had seen Chen Xiang refine quite a few pills before. When he used the derivation method, it was extremely difficult to produce the little crystal bee. Hells. Forget it. Let's just focus on condensing the pill first. Chen Xiang said. Then let Feng Kuo condense the pellet. During the process of condensing the core, a situation had occurred. Feng Kuo's progress was extremely difficult. If I can't suppress it, what should I do? Just by trying it, Feng Kuo already felt that it was extremely difficult. That's the only way. Chen Xiang divided the lump of crystals into 3 parts and let Feng Kuo start to condense the pellets. Only after being divided into 3 groups could Feng Kuo proceed with the condensing of the core, but it was also very slow. So difficult. After Feng Kuo suppressed them for a month, when he finally managed to calm them down a little, he was surprised. Previously, he thought that they had been very successful, but who would have known that it would be so difficult to refine them in the end? If I had known this would happen, I would not have used the derivation method. Even if I don't use the derivation method, the process of condensing a pill will be very difficult. Chen Xiang was also in the process of condensing his pill, and he had already used the power of time. This could help them shorten the time gap with the outside world. Very quickly, a year had passed, and the 3 pellets were already successfully refined. This made Chen Xiang and Feng Kuo heave a sigh of relief. The process of refining the pellets before also only took a little less than half a day, but in the end, it took a whole year to condense the pellets. All right, let's eat one and see. Feng Kuo said to Chen Xiang, this kind of primordial vein divine pill might be useful to you as well. Chen Xiang also wanted to try it, so he immediately ate one. After the primordial spirit pellet melted in his body, it turned into a surge of energy that rushed into his divine sense sea. After that, he only saw a black belt of light appearing in his divine sense sea, hanging by his hammer, connecting the sky and the earth of his divine sense sea. What is this? After consuming that pellet, such a strange thing actually happened. He told Feng Kuo about this matter. Feng Kuo didn't know what this was either, so she said, go out and let Senior Morong have a look, maybe he'll know. Chen Xiang used the power of time, so he only used around 10 days to finish refining it. When he came out of the stone room, Morong Tianqing was surprised. Failed. Morong Tianqing felt that it would take at least a year or so to refine this pill, but it had only been 10 days. How could I fail? Chen Xiang laughed, then took out a proud vein divine pill and tossed it over. C3097. C3097. When Morong Tianqing received the proud vein divine pill, he was instantly stunned, and only after a long time did he look at the proud vein divine pill in his hand. It really is the proud vein divine pill. Morong Tianqing took a deep breath and said, isn't this way too fast? This is a divine level primordial pellet. It's not easy to refine. It is indeed difficult to forge, laughed bitterly. He used an entire year to condense the pellet, and it was extremely difficult to condense one at that. Both he and Feng Kuer had been using all their strength to condense the pellet all the time. Master, he knows how to use the power of time. He probably took 1 or 2 years. Outside the stone room, Murong Honglian could feel the sound waves that contain the power of time. Murong Honglian also knew about the power of time, but he did not know how much she had grasped. In short, she was extremely sensitive to this power, so she could sense it. So that's how it is. Even though it took me 1 to 2 years, it was still quite fast. The look in Murong Tianqing's eyes revealed respect. He felt that Qin Xiang's pill refining level was above his. Senior, quickly eat it. Qin Xiang smiled humbly. After Murong Tianqing ate it, he could feel a strong medicinal power and was slightly shocked in his heart. This was because the effects of the medicine were much stronger than he had guessed before. But the effect now was far greater than he had expected. It had only been an hour since Murong Tianqing had consumed the primordial profound orb, and his pale white face had already turned red. His body also had a trace of life force, allowing others to feel the aura of his world-defying stage divine power. It seemed like he had successfully repaired his Dao channels. Senior, I refined a total of 3 pills in a single pill. Earlier, I also consumed one, but a black thing appeared in my divine sensi. I don't know what it is. Qin Xiang said, the SPAC between the heavens and the earth of my divine sensi world is connected to this black belt of light. When Murong Tianqing found out that Qin Xiang had not only refined 1 pill, his heart was shocked. The pill refining strength of Qin Xiang far exceeded his imagination. And what made him even more surprised was what Qin Xiang had said was the situation in divine sensi. Are you sure? Murong Tianqing said. Is there really a black thing inside your divine sensi? Qin Xiang nodded his head. Yes, why do I have to do this and not leave? Moreover, there isn't any reaction and there isn't any aura. What exactly is this thing that has appeared in my divine sensi, and it's so long, too annoying? Murong Tianqing took a deep breath before speaking. You might not know this. This black thing is called the Heavenly Pa-S, Sage Channel. Heavenly Meridian? Murong Honglian also did not know about this. So she looked at Qin Kai, only to see Qin Kai shaking his head. Yes, a heavenly meridian is a very rare Dao vein. The ordinary Dao vein is ultimately connected to the myriad Tao, and the heavenly meridian is connected to the myriad Tao. It is able to directly absorb the power above the myriad Tao. Murong Tianqing said, this is also a state that many experts at the peak of world-defying stage pursue. Only when you have reached this realm can you train without worries and absorb the power from above. What power does the myriad Tao possess? Qin Xiang never thought that he would actually be able to cultivate such a strange heaven-opening meridian after consuming the primordial meridian pill. I don't know either. Murong Tianqing shook his head. I only heard about it because there aren't many people who possess an invigorated meridian. I have never seen them before. Qin Kai said, the strongest above myriad Tao should be the world-defying stage fierce power. World-defying stage fierce power. Qin Xiang closed his eyes. He wanted to try and see if he could absorb it, but he did not. Yes, this is the strongest power that exists above the myriad Tao. However, it's not good to absorb it. Qin Kai said, as for how to obtain it, I'm not sure. I just know that. Qin Kai knew a little about the matters above myriad Tao, so he knew what kind of power was above. It's definitely going to be of great use. It's just that I'm currently unable to use it. Murong Tianqing said. At this point in time, he had already become very spirited. And this was also because of the pill's power, which was why he was able to recover so quickly after consuming it. Qin Xiang nodded. Senior, are you feeling better now? Murong Tianqing laughed and nodded. It's much better now. This should let me live for another tens of thousands of years. Thank you. You're welcome. In this situation, we should be helping each other. Qin Xiang smiled. Those fellows from the Mu Rong family are idiots. You are a good person, but they have repaid their debt to you. Otherwise, this would not have happened. Murong Honglien thought about how the Mu Rong family treated Qinxiang in such a way, and he felt very angry in his heart, even though the Mu Rong family was already destroyed. It's all in the past. Qinxiang laughed. Right now, all we need to do is to guard against the He clan a little. There's also the Heaven Old Orcs. Chun Kai added. Hearing about Heaven Old Orcs, Qinxiang's face darkened. This was a huge threat. These few days, Chun Kai had also told Murong Honglien and Murong Tianqing about the appearance of the Heaven Old Orcs. Now, when they heard these 4 words, they couldn't be happy anymore. Seems like I have to quickly understand the world-defying stage fierce power. Right now, they were all from the world-defying stage. If they could use the world-defying stage divine power, well, it would be strong enough. But the world-defying stage fierce power looked much stronger than the world-defying stage divine power. The reason why Heaven Old Orcs is so powerful is because they have mastered a few world-defying stage fierce power. Chun Kai continued. Now, if you want to control the world-defying stage fierce power, your body needs to be strengthened, and Heaven Old Orcs' body is innately able to contain this kind of berserk energy. Murong Tianqing hastily took out a wooden box and handed it over to Qinxiang. Qinxiang, inside is the heavenly Ji, Di's heart fruit. If you can refine this into a pill, eating it will definitely be of great help to your body. Qinxiang took the heavenly source, spirit heart fruit, and examined it. It was extremely beautiful, like a transparent crystal heart. Furthermore, there was a faint white light inside the crystal heart. Chun Kai told us before that the main reason the Heaven Old Orcs were strong was because they had a very strong beast heart. Murong Tianqing looked at Chun Kai and continued. The hearts of the Heaven Old Orcs are strong, so their bodies are very terrifying. It should be able to help you cultivate a powerful heart. Qinxiang nodded his head. I will try. The D's heart fruit looked very fragile. If one pressed it with their finger, it would feel like it was being crushed. And this kind of fruit could make a person's heart grow stronger. It was rather strange. After Qinxiang received it, he immediately wanted to refine it, because the thing that made him most curious was the world-defying stage fierce power. The Heavenly Pa-S Sage Channel had appeared within the Divine Sensei, but right now he was not qualified enough to absorb the world-defying stage fierce power for cultivation. C3098. C3098 Qinxiang anxiously rushed into the stone room. Just as he opened the door, Murong Honglien anxiously shouted, There are a lot of people approaching. Who are they? Qinxiang asked quickly. He clans. As for the Mu Rong family and the other families, they should all have pledged their allegiance to He clan. Murong Honglien anxiously said, We need to quickly leave this man. Go outside Myriad Tau Forest. Chun Kai shouted, Heaven Old Orcs will soon be breaking through that barrier. When that time comes, Qinxiang's eyes lit up, and then he took out the 6 realms mirrors, allowing everyone to board the 6 realms mirrors. After that, he used the time and SPAC power to bring everyone out of the Myriad Tau Forest. They should have come here by sensing your world-defying green dragon, Murong Honglien said. I wonder if they found out that you pretended to be Murong Dihua. Previously, Qinxiang had caused a ruckus in the Murong secret realm by impersonating Murong Dihua. The people from the Mu Rong family definitely did not suspect anything, because these ancestors were very clear that they had done something to Murong Dihua first. After I killed He Huang, the He clan would definitely be very angry, and using their secret technique, they would be able to detect the aura of the world-defying green dragon, and then they would be able to track us down. This surprised Qinxiang. The ancestors of the Mu Rong family hated He clan to the core. There's nothing to be surprised about. These guys were like this in the first place. The Murong secret realm was already destroyed, they had nowhere to go, and He Huang died inside the Morong secret realm. If they do not submit to the He clan, their fate would not be good. Murong Tianqing looked deep into the myriad Tao forest and said with a frown, "Back then it was precisely when I entered, and my Tao veins were cut off. It's really an extremely painful punishment. We world-defying stage clan are like this. We will be trapped by the myriad Tao's power for our entire lives." Murong Tianqing sighed. "Even though we were born with great power, our ending isn't so good." "Don't you have eternal life?" Chun Xiang said, "That's right, but after living like this for a long time, we'll be tired of living and want to go to a higher place to have a look. However, we've been restricted, and we're unwilling to commit suicide. We can only live in boredom." Murong Tianqing shook his head and sighed. "The reason I entered this place was to see if I can find the strength to shake off the myriad Tao. To get rid of the power of the myriad Tao is to create the world-defying stage fierce power, because this kind of power is not nurtured in the myriad Tao." Chun Kai said, "All of the energy in your body comes from the myriad Tao, so it will be driven by the myriad Tao. If it was the world-defying stage fierce power, then you wouldn't have such concerns." Murong Tianqing nodded. He didn't know that Chun Kai was heaven old orcs. He only knew that he was Chun Xiang's friend. "They haven't come yet." Chun Xiang looked at the barrier and frowned. "What exactly happened here? Isn't the heaven old orcs something that can only be broken after a period of time?" Chun Xiang looked at Chun Kai, as if he had suddenly realized the truth. This myriad Tao forest already contained a large amount of world-defying stage fierce power, and only these heaven old orcs could sense and absorb it. Today, they must have found the source of the world-defying stage fierce power, and after absorbing a large amount, they will have sufficient strength to break open the barrier that is restricting them. Chun Kai frowned as he looked at the sky above the myriad Tao forest. It should be the human emperor gathering all of the heaven old orcs' power there and starting to break through. Chun Kai said he could sense that there was a voice calling him, but he did not go over. Chun Kai was the heaven old orcs. He knew the situation inside, and he could hear the human emperor calling him. So he knew that the barrier around the myriad Tao forest would not hold much longer. When the heaven old orcs comes out, he will definitely fight with the world-defying stage clan, and at that time, the divine wasteland will also fall. More and more black fog appeared inside the myriad Tao forest. In just a short 2 hours, the entire myriad Tao forest was covered by the black fog. Strong gales erupted within the thick black mist. The dense fog churned and produced purple and red lightning bolts. The lightning bolts flashed densely within the black mist. It was as though a monster was roaring. It was extremely terrifying. "The fellow from world-defying stage clan is here." After Morong Honglian sensed them through the domain, he anxiously said, "Red Lotus, you and your master should go first. Chun Kai and I will take care of it here." "Is that a problem?" Murong Honglian wanted to stay, but she thought that if she was not strong enough, she could not help Chun Xiang. "No problem." Chun Xiang said, "I can handle it. I'll come find you guys after a while." Although Murong Tianqing had recovered quite a bit, he had not fully recovered, and did not have much strength. "Then I'll take my leave first." Murong Tianqing said, "Amen, in the future, all of you must be careful of He clan and the rest." Chun Xiang nodded, and then changed into Murong Dihua's appearance. Murong Honglian left with Murong Tianqing, and the people from the He clan arrived quickly. There were a lot of people in world-defying stage clan, especially the few dozen elders in front. They were all extremely powerful ancestor. When Chun Xiang saw that they had arrived, he anxiously brought Chun Kai and entered the myriad Tao forest. When the people of the world-defying stage clan arrived and saw the strange scene inside the myriad Tao forest, all of their faces turned serious. "If you are not Murong Dihua, then who exactly are you? Someone from the world-defying stage clan who is not allowed to enter." An old man from the Mu Rong family roared. Only then did they realize that someone was pretending to be Morong Dihua and had messed up their Murong family. "You're not stupid." Chen Xiang laughed, then changed back to his own appearance. He did not expect that he would be seen through so quickly. Seeing Chen Xiang's face, the Murong family members became even more furious. They immediately understood many things. Now they finally understood that it was a huge mistake to let Morong Honglian get Qin Xiang in here, and they also understood why Morong Honglian tricked Qin Xiang into here so easily. "It really is you," the ancestor of the He clan said angrily. "If you have the guts, come out from inside the myriad Tao forest and take out the courage you had inside the Morong secret realm. If there were only a few old turtles like you, I wouldn't be afraid. But right now, there are just too many of them. I'm really a bit afraid." Qin Xiang laughed out loud. "Of course, no matter how many little turtles there are, I am not afraid. If you guys do not attack, I can kill all the little turtles behind you in an instant. The situation in the myriad Tao forest is not right. We should leave first, so as to not let the gains not make up for the losses." An old man said softly. At the moment, the myriad Tao forest was trembling, and waves of beast roars came out. It was truly terrifying. "No, Chen Xiang is right in front of us. We must take him down. He is getting stronger and stronger. Especially the world-defying green dragon. If we can't take him down earlier, even if we get the myriad Tao's help, we will still die in the end." The patriarch of the He clan said in a deep voice, "Think of a way to get him out. People from the Murong family, aren't you guys just people who understand the power of SPAC? Hurry up and get him out." C3099. C3099, some of them could even use time and SPAC power S, but because the Murong family had always been pursuing benefits, their development had become problematic. The reason why they could develop so quickly was because of Morong Tianqing. However, after Morong Tianqing was heavily injured, they gave up on him because they felt that they had to pay a huge price to cure him. Now, the reason why the Murong family had fallen into such a predicament was because of their ancestors who were in charge of the Murong family. The people of the He clan asked them to use the power of SPAC to get Qin Xiang out at this moment, but they were a little unwilling because the tone of the He clan was very bad. "Didn't you already submit to our He clan? What? Are you disobedient now?" An old man from the He clan sneered. "Hurry up. Wait for Qin Xiang to escape. You guys will have it easy." The people of the Murong family were furious because right now they were like slaves in the eyes of He clan. The people of He clan did not plan to treat them nicely. "All right, let's begin now." If they angered He clan, their fates would be even worse, because He clan blamed He Huang's death on them. What are they going to do? Chen Xiang only saw them discussing something from afar. He did not hear anything. But seeing how the faces of the Murong family's old ancestors were tensed up, he felt that something was amiss. This is bad. Suddenly, Chen Xiang felt a fluctuation of energy in the SPAC around him. He was shocked, wanting to escape from the energy of the SPAC. However, even with the time and SPAC power, he was unable to successfully escape. "Qin Xiang, come out." One of the ancestor of the Murong family roared. The reason their Murong family had such an ending was all because of Qin Xiang. They hated him so much. A few of the Murong family's ancestor successfully teleported Qin Xiang out. When Chen Xiang was kicked out of the myriad Tao forest, he was extremely shocked and terrified. What made him worried was that the SPAC he was in was still sealed by the powerful time and SPAC power of the Murong family's ancestor. These ancestors' cultivation level was originally much higher than his, but now that he was trapped inside, he was unable to use his own time and SPAC power to leave. "Shao Kur!" Qin Xiang anxiously shouted. Feng Kur immediately released the 6 realms mirrors, and it appeared under Qin Xiang's feet. It exploded into a ray of white light and enveloped Qin Xiang. And at the same time, the people from the He clan also began to make their moves. especially the ancestors. The people from the He clan did not dare to get closer. They gathered their powerful world-defying stage divine power into a ball of light and shot it towards Chen Xiang's energy S, H-I plus ELD. The 6 realms mirrors had carved an array inside it, so the energy S, H-I plus ELD was able to protect Chen Xiang while absorbing the energy from other people's attacks. Chen Kai can't get out of Myriad Tau Forest. This is troublesome. Do I need to release the red fire dragon? Chen Xiang clenched his teeth, looking at the protective S, H-I plus ELD released by the 6 realms mirrors. He felt that it would not last long. Don't let them go for now. Their ancestors are all so powerful, and if you let them attack you together, they will probably suppress you. Feng Kuo also felt that the situation was extremely serious, but she remained calm. Continue to wait. I think I can hold on for a little longer. There is a very strong S-P-A-C time domain here, and should be released by the ancestors of the Mu Rong family. They are currently using all their might to release their time and S-P-A-C power just to trap them here. Chen Xiang looked at the few ancestors of the Mu Rong family and grinded his teeth in his heart. This bunch of old BAS, TAR, DS, I will kill them sooner or later. There isn't much I can do about it now. If the other party was an ordinary divine ranked world-defying stage, he would dare to release the red fire dragon, but there are many patriarchs of the world-defying stage clan here today. Once the red fire dragon is released, they will definitely receive serious injuries from their combined attack. This guy's divine artifact is really scary. It can actually block our many attacks. Should we go closer and use divine weapons to attack him? Do not go near him. This guy is very strange, and we have to slowly deplete his energy bit by bit. He definitely needs a lot of power to use that divine tool to protect himself. As long as we drag it out, they will collapse sooner or later. UBASTARDS. Chun Xiang took out the Heavenly Alchemy Emperor Seal and injected its power into it. Then he pushed it towards the group of ancestors. He released the power of the world-defying beast and formed a seal made from red fire dragon, which he sent towards them. The red fire dragon roared and rushed forward, scattering all the world-defying stage divine power S that were coming at them. The patriarchs of the world-defying stage clan were powerful indeed. When they saw the dragon seal seat, they immediately attacked together and destroyed it in an instant. Qin Xiang, you have to hold on. Qin Kai was also very anxious inside because he could not come out. He was the Heaven Old Orcs, and he would not be able to come out without Qin Xiang. The group of ancestors attacked consecutively, but it seemed as if they were not tired at all as they crazily attacked Qin Xiang, wanting to break his protective S-H-I plus ELD or exhaust all of his strength. They had adopted a very conservative approach because they already knew that Chen Xiang being able to kill Morong Dihua meant that Chen Xiang already had the strength to defeat warriors of their level, so they didn't dare to get too close. Chen Xiang was extremely furious. Being surrounded and attacked by this group of old fellows, he could only be forced to defend, unable to retaliate at all. One day, I will make you all die under our red fire dragon. Chun Xiang roared in his heart. The current situation was completely forced out of him by the world-defying stage clan. Bang! A series of MUF fled sounds came from behind him. A burst of berserk barrier energy surged over. This caused Chen Xiang to be extremely happy, because the mysterious barrier that sealed the Myriad Tau Forest had already been broken. Roar! The roar of a beast shook the earth as it came across. H-I plussing over. The black fog that had previously covered the area had already swept over, enveloping everyone within. Hurry up! One of the ancestors shouted in shock. The aura of the countless Heaven Old Orcs had already scared them stiff. They could not care less about dealing with Qin Xiang, because if they did not leave now, they would not have the chance to. None of them expected that the myriad Tau forest was hiding such a terrifying power. The He clan knew that there were very strong people inside, but their kind of gold-robed slave in purple costume was not many. Furthermore, once they met one of them, they would be eaten. C-3100. C-3100, although the people of the world-defying stage clan were blessed with limitless lifespan by the myriad Tau, it did not mean that they were invincible. If they met an existence stronger than them, they could still kill them. Thus, when they felt the powerful aura of the Heaven Old Orcs, their first reaction was to escape. Otherwise, most of them would have died here. Chun Kai, where are you? Qin Xiang shouted loudly. Chun Kai had already disappeared, and he did not notice it earlier. What's wrong with this guy? Chun Xiang closed his eyes to feel for it, to see if he could sense Qin Kai, but he did not. Forget about him, let's go first. He might already have left. He has many enemies in the myriad Tau forest. Feng Kuter said, we'll find him in the future. Qin Xiang did not care, because the Heaven Old Orcs was already approaching. If he did not leave, once the Heaven Old Orcs arrived here, he would be in danger. Let's go. Qin Xiang used the time and SPAC power and was about to teleport away. He successfully teleported. But after he teleported successfully, he appeared in a place that he did not wish to reach. This is bad. His face changed dramatically. Normally, when he encountered this sort of situation, the spatial Sageway would be teleported away by someone. Anyone with this sort of ability would be very powerful. He looked around, only to find that he was right inside the myriad Tau forest. Human brat, you can use the time and SPAC power, not bad. As long as I eat you, my time and SPAC power will definitely grow stronger, and then I can leave this Ned place, haha. After Qin Xiang heard the sinister laughter, he immediately used teleportation. This time was just like last time. He had successfully teleported, but he was still at the same place. To be able to do this, it was much more powerful than a confined SPAC. Who are you? Qin Xiang shouted coldly, come out. He was sure that this was a Heaven Old Orcs, because Heaven Old Orcs love to eat people. I've come out, so what? Do you think you can escape from my palm? A very tall, black-haired man suddenly appeared in front of Qin Xiang. This man had 2 horns on his head and was wearing a furry fur coat. His eyes were as big as a cow's eye, making him look like a cow. Qin Xiang snorted, took out his 6 realms mirrors, and climbed onto it. Then had Feng Kuer release a sealing force that prevented the other party from controlling SPAC. Taran, don't be so arrogant. A rude guy like you is always so arrogant. Qin Xiang said with a cold smile, then rode his 6 realms mirrors and flew forward, and disappeared in an instant. I'd like to see what tricks you can pull. When the Ox-Head Man heard Qin Xiang's words, he became extremely angry. He wanted to use the time and SPAC power to bring Qin Xiang back, but he discovered that his own time and SPAC power was useless against Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had met someone who was able to use time and SPAC power and was even stronger than him, so he chose not to use time and SPAC power. This way, he could avoid being controlled by the opponent. You're a bit capable, but I have to eat you even more. The Ox-Head Man teleported to catch up with Qin Xiang, and quickly appeared in the sky above Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang fiercely sped up, avoided the black ball of light with great danger, and then continued his journey. He didn't know what was ahead of him. In short, he was still inside the myriad Tau forest, as long as he didn't encounter the Heaven Old Orcs. The Ox-Head Man continued to teleport and follow Qin Xiang. He could only teleport to catch up with Qin Xiang, but he was unable to grasp the point where he appeared every time he teleported. He was always at a distance from Qin Xiang, causing him to always be able to dodge attacks from afar. Qin Xiang had continuously avoided the attacks of the Ox-Head Man, and they were all extremely dangerous. At this point in time, they were already far away from the group of Heaven Old Orcs. Human brat, Don't run if you have the guts. He had a bad temper. He couldn't hit Qin Xiang repeatedly. Although he could follow Qin Xiang closely, he couldn't do anything to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang suddenly stopped running and rushed straight towards the Oxhead Man, and in the moment of flying over, he released a proud divine net that caught the Oxhead Man in an instant, causing him to be caught unprepared. He did not expect that if Qin Xiang did not run, he would not run, and he did not expect even more that Qin Xiang would retaliate so quickly. At the same time, the Six Realms mirrors had already appeared above the Oxhead Man's head. Its mirror image shone down and released a seal, sealing the time and SPAC power and preventing the Oxhead Man from teleporting away. You want to capture me with a broken net? Dream on. The Minotaur laughed heartily. He wanted to tear apart the primordial divine web, but it was difficult. Qin Xiang rushed over from the side, holding the Heavenly Alchemy Emperor Seal in his hand, but he did not use the Heavenly Alchemy Emperor Seal to attack. Instead, he used the Heavenly Magic Sword to stab the Oxhead Man's heart, and then using the Emperor Seal to attack his chest, he released the world-defying stage divine power through the Emperor Seal and poured in the wound on his chest, directly shattering that powerful heart. The heart was the most important and also the most fatal thing to the Heaven Old Orcs. Usually, there would be extremely strong protection on the chest and back of the Heaven Old Orcs, most of them being something like scales. Even the Oxheads had it. However, the Heavenly Magic Sword had been refined by a large number of myriad Tau divine soil and became extremely sharp, allowing Qin Xiang to easily pierce through it. After the Minotaur's heart was shattered, it died in an instant and lay on its back on the ground. Qin Xiang threw his body into the Six Realms mirrors and fed it to the toad. Does this stupid cow really think I'm afraid of him? Qin Xiang let out a snort and heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he ran such a far distance was partly to distance himself from the Heaven Old Orcs army, and partly to make the Tauren believe that he was afraid, so he escaped. In the end, he made the arrogant Tauren lower its guard, and he succeeded in his counterattack. Qin Xiang rested for a moment, then used time and SPAC power teleportation. However, this time he was stopped once again, and this time it was even more terrifying than the last. He was directly sent flying out of the SPAC with a slap. You killed the Ox King. You have some skills. You should be the one who killed the Bear King from before. After Qin Xiang was struck, he only felt as if his body was going to split apart. What was even more terrifying was that there was still an extremely terrifying ball of scorching energy raging within his body, and it was so hot that it caused him to feel painful. You. Who are you? Qin Xiang could only see a middle-aged man wearing a red robe floating in the air. The middle-aged man's head was wrapped in a ball of flame, so he could not see his face. This is the human emperor. I know all about this. Don't worry, I won't eat a guy like you. It's too weak. Qin Xiang never thought that he would meet the human emperor in the Heaven Old Orcs so quickly. You killed 3 of my subordinates. Now you can pay with your life. The human emperor raised his hand and struck towards Qin Xiang. The 6 realms mirrors suddenly leapt out of his body and blocked the palm strike. In addition, a ball of blue light exploded out of the mirror, enveloping the human emperor who was covered in flames. It's water. The human emperor was furious. His voice carried a tinge of fear. Seeing that he was extremely afraid of water, Qin Xiang took the chance to use the 6 beasts' power, transforming into SPAC time energy, and teleported away. C3101. C3101. Qin Xiang lied on top of the 6 realms mirrors. His body was already heavily injured, but he was quickly absorbing the power of rebirth released by the Meijing sisters to treat his injuries. This guy is too terrifying. He should be using the world-defying stage fierce power. I have no way to block it. Qin Xiang thought of the human emperor's palm, which had easily beat him to such a state. Yes, he's going to catch up soon. This time we have to run away. Feng Kute said, just now, even if she did make a move, she would control the killing array inside the Six Realms mirrors to attack. Her judgment was correct. She determined that the human emperor was extremely afraid of the power of water, so she released a very strong attack of water, causing the human emperor to pause for a while. Although it angered the human emperor more, it gave Chen Xiang more time to escape. Chen Xiang tried his best to teleport forward. As long as he was far away from the human emperor, he would be safer. Human brat, don't run. I will definitely eat you whole. The human emperor's angry roars enveloped the myriad Tao forest, and when Chen Xiang heard it, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. However, he was not scared to the point that he did not dare to run. He continued to run. He did not dare return to the Danji, the mysterious land. If the human emperor was able to follow him, then it would harm the entire natural law world. With the human emperor's strength, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to destroy the entire natural law world. The ground in front of him suddenly began to shake. It seemed as if there was some kind of power in that piece of land, as it started to split apart bit by bit as if it was being torn apart, creating a deep crevice. What is this? Is this the human emperor's attack? Chen Xiang was startled. The purple mist that he spat out was extremely large. In an instant it had enveloped the entire area, and Chen Xiang did not dare to get any closer. And what was inconceivable to him was that after he stopped, the heaven-old Orc Emperor did not chase after him. He doesn't dare to come in. There's clearly something he's worried about. Feng Kutar said. This was not made by him. It was formed naturally. I don't know the reason, but I guess it has something to do with the broken barrier of the myriad Tao forest. Just as Feng Kutar finished speaking, a gust of violent wind blew past, completely dispersing the purple mist. The aura of the heaven-old Orc Emperor was approaching as well. He blew the purple mist away. Let's go. Feng Kutar had already controlled the Six Realms mirrors to fly forward, and then entered the crack that suddenly appeared. Human brat, you will only die an even worse death if you go down. If you come up obediently, I will make your death a bit more comfortable. The voice of the heaven-old Orc Emperor trembled. It was obvious that he was angry because he could not personally kill Chen Xiang. Just now, Chen Xiang had splashed him with water. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Stupid turtle. Stupid donkey. You son of A-B-I-T-C. H called yourself the human emperor. Pah! Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will chop off that raging S's head and feed it to the toad. Chen Xiang's continuous angry curses came from below. After heaven-old Orc Emperor heard it, he immediately became furious and ferociously shot out fire ALLs that were like the blazing sun and radiated radiance towards the crevice. These B-A-L-L-S of flames all carried an extremely terrifying world-defying stage fierce power. Chen Xiang was already underneath the crevice, but he still felt a very strong sense of pressure, making it hard for him to breathe. However, as soon as the ball of fire entered the purple mist, it melted away at an extremely fast speed, then turned into a purple-colored mist and dispersed. Seeing this scene, Chen Xiang couldn't help but be shocked. What is this place? Chen Xiang lied on the side of the Six Realms mirrors, looking at the bottomless pit that was continuously surging with purple mist. I don't know, but heaven-old orcs seems to be a little afraid of this place, so he didn't dare come down. Feng Kuta said, "Did you feel that something was wrong?" No. Chen Xiang reached out his hand to feel the purple mist, but he didn't feel anything amiss. Following that, he released another wave of world-defying stage divine power. The world-defying stage divine power melted in the purple mist very quickly. We can't use the world-defying stage divine power here. Chen Xiang took a deep breath. It should be, you can't use the world-defying stage fierce power either, so you don't know what's below it and why it suddenly appeared. But it's also because it suddenly appeared that you can be saved. Feng Kuer was also curious about this. The Six Realms mirrors slowly descended. Chun Xiang wanted to go down to see what was down there. Generally, the bottom would be the core of the earth, and the core would be a very strong existence. The divine wasteland is so powerful. The core must be very powerful. Chun Xiang was filled with antic. 1. Patience. 3 days had passed, said. Chun Xiang never thought that the core of the earth was so deep and did not reach the bottom even after a long time, and the purple mist beneath it was getting thicker and thicker. There must be a very strong energy source down there. Chun Xiang looked down. Other than the purple mist, he could not see anything else. In the past few days, he had been trying to recover from his injuries, but luckily it was only injuries on his body, so his divine sensed he was fine. With Mei Jing sisters' powerful regeneration ability, he recovered very quickly and had completely recovered. After a few days, the purple fog was finally gone. I guessed wrong. The purple mist didn't come from the bottom? When Chun Xiang arrived, he found out that the purple mist was coming from the 2 walls under the crevice, but it was pitch black below. Let's give it a try. He let out a ball of world-defying G-O-D fire, but the moment the world-defying G-O-D fire appeared, it was extinguished and could not be released at all. What the heck is going on? Chun Xiang was already unable to see the 2 walls. At this moment, he was in a world which was completely dark, where he could not see anything. There was not a single bit of light, and he was also unable to emit any light. When Feng Kute came out from the 6 realms mirrors, her pair of translucent wings released a faint light. Chun Xiang, who was initially immersed in darkness and felt uneasy, felt relieved when he saw that his body was emitting a faint light aura. He pinched Feng Kuer's cute and innocent face and laughed. The light aura around your body has not been melted. What a strange place. Feng Kuer stood on top of the 6 realms mirrors and shouted with her tender and sweet voice, "Is there anyone here?" She shouted a few times, but there was no response. Then she sat down in frustration. 6 realms mirrors can actually fly. It seems that as long as all sorts of energy appear here and is sensed, it will be refined. Feng Kuer sighed. Not even a ghost place, not even a ghost. Let well-informed ghost take a look. Chun Xiang laughed, then told the well-informed ghost who was cultivating inside the 6 realms mirrors to come out. After the well-informed ghost ate Chun Xiang's pellet, he was also in the sacred level of the world-defying stage. After well-informed ghost came out, he closed his eyes and released his innate technique to investigate his surroundings. Are there any residual souls here? Feng Kuer asked anxiously. Yes, a lot. Well-informed ghost's tone was solemn, causing Chun Xiang and Feng Kuer to be shocked. C-3102. C-3102, there were a lot of residual souls, which meant that a lot of people had died in the past, which meant that this place was filled with danger. However, Chun Xiang did not find anything dangerous, and this place looked very peaceful. I wonder what will happen after we leave the 6 realms mirrors. This is really a strange world. I can't feel the aura of the myriad Tao's power here. Feng Kuer said, We'll know when well-informed ghost collects the memories of the remnant souls. Chun Xiang laughed. Although I do not know where we are, but right now we are safer than us. That's true. If it was above that, he would have been killed by that heaven-old Orc Emperor a long time ago. That fellow using that world-defying stage fierce power is really scary. Feng Kuer said, then patted well-informed Ghost's shoulder. Do you have any idea? Can you tell us if this is a safe place so that we can prepare? Well-informed Ghost frowned. Could it be that you think this place looks extremely safe? For there to be such a large number of remnant souls here, it is definitely not a safe place. These words caused Chun Xiang and Feng Kuer's bodies to tremble. Originally, the 2 of them were very relaxed, but now they immediately tensed up and became extremely vigilant. Just what is the danger? Feng Kuer asked. You are now part of the world-defying stage, so you should be able to organize the memories within the remnant souls a little faster, right? It will be much faster than before. I'll be able to sort it out soon. The well-informed ghost said. Chun Xiang and Feng Ku'er stopped talking at this time. They were extremely focused on their surroundings and were paying attention to the situation around them. Although they could not see anything in the darkness, they could still sense the presence of the auras and felt that if something approached them, they would definitely be able to detect it. An hour had said, and well-informed ghost was already sweating profusely. He opened his eyes and said, Looks like this is not a safe place. It's very dangerous. What's the danger? Chun Xiang asked anxiously. This place is called No Tao Place and is an extremely secretive place within the Myriad Tao. Although it is inside the Myriad Tao's power, due to certain reasons, the power of the Myriad Tao cannot enter this place. There is also a very mysterious power here that can directly dissolve the power of the Myriad Tao. The well-informed ghost said, You should have already tried to release your energy before it dissolved, right? Chun Xiang and Feng Ku'er both nodded. That is indeed the case. I never thought that there would be such a place. Chun Xiang felt very surprised, because that crevice suddenly appeared. Otherwise, how would they have known that they would be running up there to avoid the human emperor? The Myriad Tao's power did not cover this place, so many years later, because of the mysterious power, some lives were born here, and some humans even entered this place from the outside. So you must be careful. There are many powerful people here. You should be clear that you cannot use the power of the Myriad Tao here. The world-defying stage divine power you all cultivate is based on the power of the Myriad Tao. So when the time comes, you must not use it. But because the people inside are growing in this kind of environment, even if they do not rely on the power of the Myriad Tao, they can still become extremely powerful. Right? Quickly withdraw your light. We are currently in the darkness of the No Tao place. This place is also very dangerous. That's why there are a large number of remnant souls here. In the darkness, there are a few beasts. If there is light, they will be lured here. Well-informed ghost looked at Feng Ku'er and quickly urged him on. After Feng Ku'er heard this, the light on his body disappeared, and everything became pitch black. He could not see anything. I'm going to enter the 6 realms mirrors first. If I encounter any danger, I won't be able to help in any way, and instead will be a burden to you. The well-informed ghost said, All right. Chun Xiang nodded, then said to Feng Ku'er, You should also enter the Yao Mountain Villa. If you encounter any situation outside, I can handle it myself. It'll be a bit easier. After Feng Ku'er entered the Yao Mountain Villa, he tried to use the time and SPAC power, but he couldn't use it here, so he couldn't teleport. However, if he used the power of time alone, that wouldn't be a problem. Chun Xiang rode on the 6 realms mirrors and asked well-informed ghost inside, Where is there someone inside No Tao Place? Are all the people here friendly? It's hard to say, but there should be friendly people. After all, there are a lot of people who entered this place from the outside. As for why they came in, I'm not sure. There are people at the bottom of this place and there's light. You'll know when you get down there. Well-informed ghost was able to extract a lot of memories from a large number of residual souls. After organizing, he would be able to understand a lot of things. He slowly descended. What he did not understand was that the top was so dark while the bottom was bright. When he landed, he felt a weak breeze blowing, causing him to control the 6 realms mirrors to descend. After that, a wave of cold air attacked him, and something was flying towards him, emitting cold air all over. So dangerous. Although Chun Xiang's 6 realms mirrors was protected by an array, he was still a little worried about the array. This was because the No Tao place was very strange, and world-defying stage divine power was not useful in here. What is it? Chun Xiang could not see anything. The spatial perception domain that he had released was useless, as it could not allow him to sense the surrounding SPAC. Could it be that the spatial energy is different from the Myriad Tao's? Chun Xiang was suspicious. Although the power of time could be used, it meant that the time here was the same as in the Myriad Tao world. However, the power of SPAC AC was not. It's here again. Qin Xiang once again sensed the cold qi approaching him, and his speed became even faster than before. He was unable to dodge at all, as he was struck by something, and his chest also felt an ice-cold pain as something pierced into his body just now. It's claws! Qin Xiang immediately summoned his heavenly magic sword and slashed at the thing that was tearing his neck apart. He could feel that he had hit something, and it had even broken into several pieces. What the hell is this? Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, because he did not move after taking the object, nor did he continue to tear and bite at it. He was certain that he had been killed, and placed it inside the Tianquan furnace. It's actually a black panther. When Qin Xiang saw the panther that was covered in black and gray stripes, his heart turned cold. Just now, his proud divine body had been easily pierced through by the claws, and his shoulder had been bitten off a large chunk of flesh. C-3103. C-3103. Qin Xiang asked the Mei Jing sisters inside the Yao Mountain Villa to release the power of rebirth to heal his injured body. This animal is actually this powerful. It broke through my body so easily. Qin Xiang's primordial divine body was extremely strong. Even if he had been struck by the human emperor earlier, it would only be an internal injury. But that panther had easily pierced through his body and even bit off a chunk of flesh. Qin Xiang looked at the leopard inside the Tianquan furnace, and then released the world-defying Ji. Oh, defire! Originally, he thought that he would not be able to release it. So that's how it is. There is a mysterious power floating in this no-Tao place. As long as the myriad Tao comes into contact with this mysterious power, it will immediately dissolve. Qin Xiang used the Tao heart eye to look around, but he did not see anything. He used the world-defying Ji, defire, to burn the leopard inside the Tianquan furnace. He used the strong world-defying Ji, defire, to burn it, but there was no movement. The leopard's body was very strong, so the world-defying Ji, defire, was unable to burn it to ashes. Don't tell me the mysterious power here can make a person's body even stronger. Qin Xiang felt that if he did not possess a heavenly magic sword, it would be difficult for him to kill that leopard. It really is difficult to burn. Qin Xiang did not continue to try. He did not know how long it would take, and he was surrounded by danger. The 6 realms mirrors continued to descend, and it was very clear that there was something even stronger below. If there was light below, then maybe he could meet humans. A few days later, he had already reached the bottom. As he walked down the 6 realms mirrors, he had a feeling that he was standing on solid ground. There's no light here. Qin Xiang looked around him. It was still pitch black. He told this matter to the well-informed ghost. The area you're in isn't a light area. It should be a dark area. Take a look around. The well-informed ghost said. Qin Xiang ran wildly on the ground for 2 days before he saw a bright light up ahead. He entered the light, and it was as if he entered a world full of life. It was extremely warm to see sunlight plusing inside, and he was extremely cold back in the dark area. Even the beasts inside had a chill about them, just like the leopard that had ambushed him. I can finally see the light. Qin Xiang bent over and grabbed a handful of GRA. The GRA. Was very ordinary, not like the plants in Divine Wasteland, which contained a dense amount of myriad Tao energy. Sunlight, blue sky, white clouds. Qin Xiang looked up into the sky. To think that there would be such a world hidden within the Divine Wasteland. I wonder how the people here cultivate. Qin Xiang walked on these plains and tried a few more times, but he was still unable to use the power of teleportation or release the world-defying stage divine power. There seems to be someone up ahead. Qin Xiang suddenly saw a black shadow appear in the distance in front of him. When he walked over, he saw a middle-aged man in black fighting with a white boar. Is this wild boar very strong? Qin Xiang saw the wild boar stand motionlessly on the spot, while the black-clad middle-aged man walked towards it very cautiously, as if he was extremely afraid of being attacked by a wild boar. The wild boar howled and fiercely rushed forward, its speed so fast that it seemed to have teleported, making Chen Xiang unable to catch the wild boar's tracks with his eyes, and the moment the wild boar appeared, it caused Chen Xiang's hair to stand on end. It directly appeared behind the black-clothed, middle-aged man, and its teeth were about to pierce into his back. The black-clothed, middle-aged man shouted loudly. The muscles on his back suddenly swelled up. Although the wild boar tooth had already pierced through, it didn't pierce through. At the same time, the middle-aged man in black hurriedly turned around and grabbed the wild boar teeth in an instant. He broke the white boar teeth, causing the wild boar to scream in pain. After the wild boar fell to the ground, the black-clothed middle-aged man kicked the wild boar's head and sent it flying. The wild boar also vomited blood. Such a weak wild boar! The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the wild boar's teeth in his hands and shook his head with a sigh. None of them are able to pierce through my body. Chen Xiang thought that the black-clothed middle-aged man would go and catch the wild boar, but he did not. Instead, he anxiously ran towards Chen Xiang, and in the blink of an eye, he was already behind Chen Xiang. Young man, it was very rude of you to be there. The middle-aged man's expression was solemn, and his tone carried a trace of hostility. I'm sorry. Chen Xiang anxiously apologized. Just now, the black-clothed middle-aged man was fighting, but he did not inform the black-clothed middleman about it. He only said this because he thought that the black-clothed middle-aged man was suspected of sneak-attacking him. You came from the Myriad Tao. The black-clothed middle-aged man frowned and said, It's been a long time since someone has come from above. Yes. Uncle, your body is truly amazing. How did you cultivate it? Chen Xiang did not sense any aura from this black-clad middle-aged man, but this black-clad middle-aged man's physical body gave him a very powerful feeling, and he felt that he was definitely not his match. I train here, and you want to learn too? The black-clothed middle-aged man sized up Chen Xiang and said, Your foundation is pretty good, but you mainly focused on cultivating the power of the Myriad Tao previously, so you have a heavy reliance on the power of the Myriad Tao. Chen Xiang nodded his head. That's right. Could it be that just cultivating the body is stronger than training the Myriad Tao? Chen Xiang not only wanted to cultivate the power of the Myriad Tao, he also wanted to cultivate the world-defying stage fierce power above the Myriad Tao. Of course, the reason why we pathless cultivators cultivate so unscrupulously is so that we can escape the constraints of the Myriad Tao. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, Now that you've come to attack me, I want to see if you're worth it for me to nurture you with. Chen Xiang was more confident in his own physical strength. He immediately threw a punch-out and directly used his physical strength to attack. His punch-out was not slow and was also very strong, but the black-clothed middle-aged man did not dodge at all and was directly hit. His fist landed on the black-clothed middle-aged man's abdomen, but the black-clothed middle-aged man stood there unmoving. Chen Xiang was also standing there as if he had hit a stiff iron block. You're a little weak. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes held a trace of ridicule. Chen Xiang retreated a few steps, took a few deep breaths, and then walked out again. At the same time, he allowed the world-defying green dragon inside the divine sense sea to attach themselves to his arm, causing his arm to swell up. Bang! Chen Xiang punched out again, striking the black-clothed man's abdomen. This time, he forced the black-clothed man to take a few steps back. Is he using the power of the Myriad Tao? The black-clothed middle-aged man never thought that Chen Xiang's strength would suddenly increase by so much. I don't know either. Chen Xiang laughed. He had only fused with the world-defying green dragon's power just now. As for whether or not he was using the Myriad Tao's power, he did not know. C-3104. C-3104 at this moment. Chen Xiang also realized how strong the humans here were. Even though he was using the full strength of the world-defying green dragon, he was still only able to push him back. Of course, if he were to use the power of the myriad Tao, then he would definitely be even more powerful. He felt that the only reason he looked so much weaker than his opponent was because he was unable to use the myriad Tao's power. Then do you dare to take a punch from me? The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed. If you can hold on, I will bring you here to cultivate. Chen Xiang didn't really understand this black-clad middle-aged man. Even though this was the first time he had seen him, this summing black-clothed middle-aged man gave him a good impression. All right, I'll take your punch. Chen Xiang took a deep breath. He was already prepared. Bring it on. Just as he finished yelling, the black-clothed middle-aged man arrived in front of him and threw a fist at him. The moment the fist came over, it erupted with an imposing manner, which was not the power of the myriad Tao, but the explosive power of the punch. The force of the fist enveloped his entire body, causing his entire body to be in pain. He could already feel that the bones in his body was being broken, and in an instant it was all shattered. The fist stopped an inch away from his abdomen. Although the fist did not touch his body, it had already shattered all of the bones in his body. That's right. I'm willing to take you. Cultivation. Come back with me. Although your injuries are quite severe, you don't have to worry. I can cure you very soon. After the black-clothed middle-aged man finished speaking, he hoisted Chen Xiang onto his shoulder and began to quickly run away. Chen Xiang's entire body was in pain, but he did not faint. At this time, he was already deeply shocked by the fist. He felt that if the black-clothed middle-aged man went up with just his physical strength, he might be able to fight against the heaven-old Orc Emperor. Uncle, are you the strongest here? Although he was being carried on his shoulder, he did not feel the Yun Pinus. No, although there aren't many experts like me here, there are quite a few of them. I will bring you to the city of Pathless right now. There are a lot of Pathless cultivators, and some of them are also cultivating arduously from the myriad Tao. The black-clothed, middle-aged man said, What is your name? My name is Ji Xingyuan. Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang moaned in pain. Uncle, when will we arrive? How long would it take to cultivate it to your level? There's still an hour before it arrives. If you want to become as strong as me, you'll need at least 10,000 years. Ji Xingyuan laughed. This is something that cannot be rushed. You look quite young, and since you have come here, you should cultivate patiently. 10,000 years. Chen Xiang sighed in his heart. It had been too long for him. Uncle, why are there so many people from the myriad Tao, and how did they all come here? Chen Xiang asked again. He was extremely curious about the existence of this no-Tao place. How did you do it? Ji Xingyuan asked. According to what I know, the way they come here is similar. The earth suddenly cracked open. I was running for my life, and then I hid down here. Chen Xiang said, We came here in the end. I was attacked by a black leopard earlier. The reason the earth suddenly cracked open was because the no-Tao place felt a strong force, which was why the Boundless Way was open to invite the expert over, however. Looks like you want to invite that guy who wants to kill you. That guy is very strong. Ji Xingyuan said. There's such a thing. Chen Xiang was very surprised that the crack on the ground was actually opened for the heaven-old Orc Emperor. Why did you invite the strong to come down? Although the no-Tao place is the most secretive place in the myriad Tao, it is under the control of the myriad Tao's laws. Anyone who can come here is recognized by the myriad Tao's laws. If they want to break away from the myriad Tao, they have to come here to cultivate the immoral method. And after they become strong, they can go up and practice the myriad Tao's method to get rid of the myriad Tao. Ji Xingyuan replied, As for why, I don't know. These are all things that the elders have told us. This completely subverted Chen Xiang's understanding of the myriad Tao. He thought that the myriad Tao was extremely heartless, but he never expected that a no-Tao place would be prepared for some people to be used for cultivation. As for how they obtained the qualifications to enter the no-Tao place, it was hard to say. Chen Xiang felt that just by not expending too much of Myriad Tao's resources and cultivating to the peak of his strength, he should be able to open the pathless gate and allow the person to enter the no-Tao place. Heaven Old Orc Emperor came from above Myriad Tao, so he was already very strong. After he came to the Myriad Tao world, he exploded forth with an extremely strong power within the Myriad Tao world. After that, he was detected by the laws of the Myriad Tao and mistakenly thought that the resources in the Myriad Tao world, which he did not consume much, were the strong. That was why he opened the door of no Tao. This was Chen Xiang's guess, and he felt that it was more reasonable. It seems like there are a lot of bad guys in no Tao place, Chen Xiang said in a low voice, because the pathless gate was opening towards someone like the Heaven Old Orc Emperor. That's true. As long as one is a human, there will be good and bad results. Ji Xingyuan said, I grew up here. I should be considered good person. I just often went out to hunt dark beast. The leopard I met before was a dark beast, right? Chun Xiang said, Yes, you are hidden in the dark. It is already not bad that you can survive from above. Are you not injured by that leopard? Ji Xingyuan asked, Of course there is, but I have recovered. But now I have been injured by you. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, Ji Xingyuan carried Chun Xiang and dashed and chatted with him along the way. Chun Xiang also found out a lot about the immoral city. There were more than 1 million people in the pathless city, so he was shocked by the number. He thought that there were only a few people, and the beast stones inside were very important because cultivating the pathless city would require a large amount of beast stones to absorb the energy inside. Ji Xingyuan had already brought Chun Xiang into the pathless city. There were no walls in here, only a lot of buildings. Ji Xingyuan's residence was relatively quiet, inside a big house by a small river. After bringing Chun Xiang in, he soaked Chun Xiang in a huge vat. Inside the vat there was a lot of medicinal juice, and it was even boiling hot. 2 days is enough, Ji Xingyuan said. Stay here, I'll go out and sell some dark beast meat for you to eat. Chun Xiang wanted to tell him that he still had another leopard, but Ji Xingyuan's speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared in an instant. In addition to the regeneration ability provided to me by the Mei Jing sisters, I should be able to recover in a day. Chen Xiang had been continuously injured for the past few days, which was a very rare occurrence. C3105. C3105, when Ji Xingyuan returned, he was already able to stand up, but he wasn't able to recover from it. There was still some pain in his body, and his bones was still extremely weak. He had only just received it, but this caused Ji Xingyuan to be extremely surprised. He didn't expect that in just a short half a day, Chen Xiang was able to stand up. Uncle, what did you buy? After Chen Xiang walked out, he saw that Ji Xingyuan was holding on to 2 vats of things. There were no storage, magic treasure-s, or anything similar, so he had to take a lot of things. It's all the meat of a dark beast. These things are not cheap. They give me a lot of beast stones. Ji Xingyuan laughed. So, when you get better, you must come with me to hunt beasts in exchange for beast stones. Chen Xiang walked over to take a look at the beast meat inside the hill. It was pitch black, making him have no appetite. And he knew that this beast meat was extremely difficult to roast. If he wanted to eat it raw, he wouldn't be able to. How do you want to eat it? Chun Xiang frowned and asked. When he smelt the smell of the blood, it made him feel a little disgusted. Directly eat it. What? You still want to roast? The dark beast's meat was extremely dark and hard to roast. If we use ordinary flames, it will simply be unable to heat them up, let alone roast them. Ji Xingyuan said. Chen Xiang had tried to roast the leopard before, and he knew that this type of beast meat was very difficult to roast with flames. However, he only used it for a short period of time last time, and with the power of time and the strong world defying God fire, he felt that it should be possible. Hurry up and go soak in the medicinal bath. You're still recovering. Ji Xingyuan patted Chen Xiang's shoulders. Leave this to me. I will cut it into small pieces and let you swallow it. Chen Xiang curled his lips. I won't eat this thing. Let me try. I can roast it. I don't believe it. Ji Xingyuan said, there are many people from the myriad Tao who are able to condense flames using the world-defying stage divine power in their bodies, but none of them are successful. For us to cultivate strong physical bodies, we ought to be extremely masculine. Why would we choose this kind of extremely dark beast meat? Chun Xiang asked. The black leopard he killed earlier was icy cold. You don't understand. Because this kind of dark beast meat is already extremely dark to the point where it's extremely frightening. So when you eat this type of dark beast meat, you will be able to feel an extremely terrifying masculine strength. You will understand when the time comes. Ji Xingyuan laughed. If you can roast it, maybe it will lose some of its power, and that won't be good. Don't worry, I'm the best at this kind of thing. Chun Xiang laughed. He was an alchemist, so when he was roasting meat, he could completely preserve the energy within the dark beast meat and even let the energy inside become of a higher quality. Then give it a try. Ji Xingyuan did not object. He was curious about Chen Xiang, since it was not bad that such a young man could still be alive. One must know that for some people who had reached the peak of world-defying stage, they would all die in the darkness. Uncle, are you very poor? So the only thing we can do is to buy this kind of meat that has been stored for a long time? Chun Xiang saw that the meat was not fresh and did not want to cut it. I won't take your stone. What are you careful of? Ji Xingyuan curled his lips and said, It's already pretty good if there's something to eat. You don't have to worry. The dark beast's meat itself contains extremely cold energy, and it can be stored for a long time. It doesn't look new right now, but the energy stored inside is still very rich. Chen Xiang took out the leopard meat, and it was already as big as 2 vats. The meat was very fresh, red and tender, and the meat Ji Xingyuan bought was already black. You killed the leopard. Ji Xingyuan's eyes almost fell out of his eye sockets. He had heard from Chen Xiang that he was attacked by a leopard before, so he thought that Chen Xiang would be able to dodge the attack. Ji Xingyuan looked carefully at the leopard and realized that the leopard was sliced open by an extremely sharp weapon. This made him even more shocked. He had always been looking for this kind of sharp weapon, but had never seen one. This leopard is not weak. What did you use to cut this leopard open? Can you show it to me? I've been looking for this weapon for years. Ji Xingyuan looked at the cuts and felt extremely shocked in his heart. Of course you can. Chun Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword and handed it over. The heavenly magic sword had already fused with him, and no one could take it away from him. So he did not need to worry about Ji Xingyuan taking it away from him. Holding it in his hand, Ji Xingyuan used his finger to lightly touch the sword tip, and a deep wound immediately appeared, causing him to take a deep breath. Awesome! Ji Xingyuan praised. Although his eyes were filled with envy, there was no greed or jealousy in them, which showed that he did not have the intention to natch the sword. He returned the heavenly magic sword back to Chen Xiang and said, No wonder you could kill the dark beast. Dark beast's body is very strong. Even if you use a weapon, it is hard to cut it. It requires a lot of power. But when Chen Xiang used heavenly magic sword, it was as easy as slicing mud. I'll try and see if I can roast it. You can return with this meat. When I'm better, I'll go hunt some. Chen Xiang laughed. In the dark regions, there should be a lot of these dark beasts. There are a lot of them. If I have a weapon like you, it would be very easy to get my hands on them. By the way, when you go out, don't show off your sword everywhere. The pathless city seems to be more peaceful and harmonious as a whole, but there are still some bad guys hiding here. If they were to find out that they were greedy, they would definitely come and tch it away. Ji Xingyuan warned Chen Xiang. All right, I understand. Chen Xiang threw the leopard meat into the tianquang furnace, then hastily ran into a room. When Ji Xingyuan saw Chen Xiang's tianquang furnace, his eyes revealed suspicion. He wanted to ask Chen Xiang some questions, but Chen Xiang had already entered the room. He could only wait for Chen Xiang to come out before asking him. What a mystical guy! If his body was as strong as mine, then when it was combined with his sharp sword, it would truly be too terrifying. Luckily, this boy has quite a nice personality. Ji Xingyuan smiled in a gratified manner, then lifted the 2 urns of dark beast's meat and quickly left. Chen Xiang's body was still recovering from the regeneration ability released by the Meijing sisters, which did not affect him from releasing the world-defying fire to roast the dark beast's meat. I can definitely roast it, but that will take some time. I have added 2 layers of time domain S into the tianquang furnace. I should be able to finish it quickly, right? Chen Xiang followed his thoughts. After he had released the dual time domain, the time inside was basically accelerating and also by many times. If he wanted to maintain the intensity of the flames inside, then he would have to consume a lot of world-defying stage divine power S every second. C3106. C3106 right now. Chen Xiang only wanted to roast the dark beast's meat, so it was not as hard as refining pills. He only needed to pay attention to the temperature inside, and at the same time, simply refine it to prevent the energy from coming out. He burned it for half a day before he finally roasted the dark beast meat. Then he added some seasonings on top of that, making the meat even more delicious. In order to eat this kind of meat, I had to use more than half of my world-defying stage divine power to roast it. It's really not easy. Chen Xiang placed the meat on a large plate and carried it out. He had just opened the door when the smell of meat wafted in the air. Ji Xingyuan, who was outside, couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he smelled it. Really? It's only been half a day and you've already succeeded. Ji Xingyuan anxiously walked over. Eat, Chen Xiang said while grinning. Ji Xingyuan impolitely grabbed a piece of meat and took a bite. Although the dark beast meat was extremely tough, after being roasted by Chen Xiang, it became extremely tender and could be crushed very easily. Delicious! Is this really the dark beast meat? I just don't know if there's the original effect. Ji Xingyuan was a little worried because, while eating it raw, it could preserve a lot of the energy in the dark beast meat. There must be. None of the internal energy has escaped at all. Chen Xiang laughed. If you don't believe me, just eat a few more pieces. You'll know after a while. Just now, Chen Xiang had already eaten a large piece of flesh, and he could already clearly feel that kind of mysterious power fusing into his body bit by bit. Although he didn't feel his body becoming stronger, he was sure that this mysterious power would be able to make him stronger. After Ji Xingyuan ate the piece in his hand, he praised it endlessly. One must know that he had eaten raw before, and it was extremely hard to eat as well. The dark beast's meat was extremely tough to begin with, so even using a few sharp knives would require a long time to cut, not to mention using one's teeth to bite it, so it had to be swallowed while eating. When Chen Xiang roasted the meat, he used the method of refining pills, which was why he could refine the meat into a tender piece of meat. Hurry up and eat it, or I won't be able to hold it in. Ji Xingyuan licked his lips and laughed. When I get a little more dark beast meat next time, I'll be able to eat it to my heart's content. Chen Xiang snickered. Ji Xingyuan also returned to his room. He really liked this kind of meat. If he were to watch Chen Xiang eat it, he wouldn't be able to take it. Chen Xiang quickly ate all the meat. After he finished eating, Ji Xingyuan walked out of the room. Chen Xiang, is that thing you took out earlier a cauldron? Ji Xingyuan asked. He wanted to ask just now. Yes, is there no such thing here? Chen Xiang took out the tianquang furnace again. Yes, but not often. Ji Xingyuan said, This thing looks like it can concoct pills. Do you know how to? Ji Xingyuan had this suspicion because only pill refiners could use such strong flames. For Chun Xiang to be able to roast the dark beast meat in such a short period of time, it could be seen how strong the flames he controlled were. Are there pill refiners here too? Ji Xingyuan was a local-born pathless cultivator. He actually knew about all these. No, but we did. Ji Xingyuan sighed. I once had a friend who concocts pills, but he has already left this place. Your friend must be from the myriad Tao. Chun Xiang said, for alchemists to be able to come here, their strength must be pretty good. This made Chun Xiang curious. Ji Xingyuan had said before that only with the approval of the No Tao place would one be able to open the pathless gate and allow people to enter. This was an opportunity to let this person out of the myriad Tao. When he came, his body was as weak as yours. I originally thought that it would take him 10 to 20,000 years to master his Tao realm, but who would have thought that in a mere 100 years he would become even stronger than me? In the end, I don't even know where he went, Ji Xingyuan said. Initially, he wanted to teach me alchemy, but I could not learn it because I do not have the world-defying stage divine power in my body, so I am not able to release fire. The most important thing in pill refining is flame. Chun Xiang said, Uncle, if you have the chance, you should go to Myriad Tao to take a look. Both Wu Dao and Myriad Tao cultivate so that you can become stronger. That's what my friend told me before. Looks like I have to go out and take a look. Ji Xingyuan had already experienced Chun Xiang's might. Chun Xiang's strength was not as good as his, but he had very strong weapons, and he could even roast the dark beast's meat and concoct pills. Uncle, what's the name of your friend? Chun Xiang asked, how does he look like? He only told me to call him W.A.N.G. Dao. I called him Old W.A.N.G. He's an old man. I'll draw it for you to see. Ji Xingyuan took out a pen and paper and quickly drew an image. Half-ghost old man. When Chun Xiang saw it, he couldn't help but shout out in alarm. This was actually the half-ghost old man that he was very familiar with. The half-ghost old man was extremely mysterious, and he still didn't know what was going on with this person. You know him? Ji Xingyuan was a little happy. Previously, his relations, H.I. plus P with half-ghost old man was not bad, and he was his good friend. He also wanted to know the news about his good friend. How so? He can't be considered to be someone who knows him. This guy is very mysterious. I didn't know his name before, but he's a pill-cultivating genius with many pill formulas in his hands. Chun Xiang said, furthermore, you have mastered many cultivation methods. In the myriad Tao mausoleum, the half-ghost old man gave away many legacies to others. I just don't know what kind of existence he is. Chun Xiang simply told Ji Xingyuan about the half-ghost old man. After Ji Xingyuan heard this, he also felt that his old friend was extremely mysterious. Previously, when he was here, he would often concoct pills. He told me that the reason why he was so powerful was because he had concocted pills, and this matter was very famous here. He had offended a lot of people here in the past, and when he became strong, he killed all of them. Ji Xingyuan said, he only left a cave here. No one can enter. Cave. Chun Xiang was very interested in this. Yes, he had been concocting pills inside the cave all this time. After he left, many people wanted to enter the cave, but no matter what, they couldn't open it. Even that mountain couldn't be destroyed, and now that many years have passed, said that mountain is still there. Ji Xingyuan said, C3107. C3107 Chun Xiang also wanted to go take a look. He checked his injuries. They were more or less healed. Uncle, can you take me to have a look? Maybe I can go in. Chun Xiang already knew that the half-ghost old man's name was W.A.N.G. Dao. He guessed that the half-ghost old man was already above the myriad Tao and could even make contact with them from the bottom of the myriad Tao. Of course you can. Many people here know where the cave is. However, it's best if you don't go there right now. Ji Xingyuan said, that cave is still rather dangerous. I'm not afraid. Chun Xiang was itching to go. Wait a little longer. It's because several groups of people have arrived during this period of time. Ji Xingyuan said, there are a lot of people who want to leave the city, but they are not willing to give up on their current strength. So they want to enter the cave to see if there is any way to become stronger. When old G came out from inside that year, he became extremely terrifying, killing many powerful enemies within a night. At that time, those people didn't know that he knew how to refine pills, and only I knew that, so they all thought that old G had other things inside the cave. Qin Xiang nodded. Then let's just wait for a while longer. Although Ji Xingyuan was strong, a brave warrior could not handle a pack of wolves. If he were to face a lot of powerful warriors, it would be hard for him to fight them alone. Since you've almost recovered, then I'll take you to cultivate immorality. Ji Xingyuan said, I am only instructing you to go to some good places to cultivate. I have always done so before, and old G has always done the same. Qin Xiang knew that if he wanted to cultivate without a path, he would need to absorb a kind of mysterious power that only existed here. Qin Xiang followed Ji Xingyuan and ran through a forest. At night, he suddenly felt a breeze blowing. Prepare to come, you must be careful. Ji Xingyuan said, What should we be careful of? Just as Qin Xiang finished asking his question, that light breeze suddenly turned into a gale wind, and after being blown all the way here, he felt an incomparable amount of pain. It hurts. Qin Xiang could not help but shout. He looked at Ji Xingyuan, who had a relaxed expression. This kind of wind did not affect him at all. This is Wu Dao Gale. What do you feel other than pain? Ji Xingyuan said with a smile. Also, it's very cold. Qin Xiang's face was filled with doubt, because this cold feeling did not come from the outside, but was emitted from his body. It's the dark beast meat. He had already felt it was strange. Why did he only feel a mysterious energy after eating the dark beast meat? He did not feel the strong yang energy that Ji Xingyuan said before. Yes, pathless squall can increase the supreme yin qi in the dark beast's meat within your body. Wait a moment. You will be able to feel the process of the supreme yin qi turning into the supreme yang qi. Ji Xingyuan said, You need to persevere for a while longer. This kind of pain was only a small pain to Qin Xiang. He could easily endure it. The formless gale continued to roar. It was unknown when it would stop. He's here. Qin Xiang suddenly felt an extremely scorching energy burst out from his body, making his entire body feel extremely hot. He had been feeling incomparably cold before, but now it was suddenly boiling hot. What was inconceivable was that after the masculine power erupted from his body, the golden light that was released pierced through his body, causing him to appear as if his entire body was emitting light. Just wait until this energy enters your body, Ji Xingyuan said. Every 2 hours, Gale Wu Dao will appear, and only after you have completely digested the energy in your body will it be considered complete. After I'm done, I will take you to another place to cultivate. Ji Xingyuan said, As long as you do this frequently in the future, I don't need to help you cultivate your cultivation. Uncle, do you think only you know this method? Qin Xiang asked. I'm not sure. There are people who know, but they won't use this method of cultivation. There are many unorthodox methods, and these are only my own. Compared to others, I think they are more effective. They need to suffer a bit, Ji Xingyuan said. And the other methods are to eat the dark beast's meat and then use a more gentle method to refine it. Qin Xiang had finished refining it very quickly, but he was actually able to use his own cultivation technique very quickly, which surprised him. Ji Xingyuan also found it strange. He reckoned that there would be a lot of energy in Qin Xiang's body, and it only took him an hour to finish refining it. To think that the myriad Tao's divine arts could actually unleash the mysterious power of the No Tao place. Qin Xiang felt that his body had evidently become stronger. Ji Xingyuan continued to bring Qin Xiang to other cultivation grounds. Chun Xiang followed Ji Xingyuan to a desolate mountain range, entered a mountain crevice, and entered the belly of the mountain through a hole in the mountain. There was a small pond in the middle of the mountain, only half a foot wide. Jump down as deep as you can. This place is a very secret place. Only old W, A, and G and I know about it. You're the third one to know. Ji Xingyuan smiled and said, "It's always the time to be a little more careful when you're down there." The bottom of the mountain was a little dark, so the pool was even darker. Hearing Ji Xingyuan's words, Qin Xiang felt that the pool was definitely very deep. After he jumped, he immediately sank. When he was sinking, he felt something pressing down on him, but there was another force preventing him from sinking. However, he was still pushed down by that force, making him withstand an extremely strong pressure. Is it the supreme innermost layer again? Chun Xiang felt a bone-piercing coldness continuously enter into his body, as though it was forced into his body. I have to continue. Chun Xiang felt that he could still persevere. He had been sinking for a full 5 hours. At this moment, he already felt that his body had lost all feeling and was almost numb. We need to hurry up. Come to think of it, it was strange. After Qin Xiang had the thought of going up, he was suddenly pushed up by a mysterious power. When he went up, there was also a burst of help stopping him, which made him feel the same pressure as when he went down. How can I take it if this goes on? There was still a long way to go before he could climb up, and he also had to endure a very strong pressure to do so. By the time he floated to the surface of the water, 5 hours had already passed. Now he was lying on the surface of the water like a dead fish. Ji Xingyuan hurriedly picked him up. He's actually been able to hold on for so long. His potential is extremely terrifying. Ji Xingyuan saw that Qin Xiang had fainted, but his life was not in danger. He heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt shocked. The unconscious Qin Xiang had already released waves of faint golden light. This was the same as before when he was completely blown away by the boundless astral winds. C3108. C3108, while Qin Xiang was sleeping, he did not know what was happening outside. The moment he was fished out by Ji Xingyuan, he was immediately placed on top of a pond, allowing him to float on the surface. Ji Xingyuan's inner potential was much greater than he had imagined. Although Qin Xiang, who was floating on the water surface, was in deep sleep, his body was flickering with golden light and the golden mist that was Gus. Plussing out from his body, illuminated the middle of the mountain. It seems like his growth speed is very fast. It won't be long before he reaches mastery. This is the same as old W, A-N-G. He has great potential and talent. Ji Xingyuan sighed. He felt that his luck was not bad. The two outsiders were both powerful, and they also knew how to refine pills. Qin Xiang slept for an entire day before he woke up. I actually fainted. Qin Xiang felt a little dizzy. He walked out of the water and asked, "Uncle, am I not qualified?" "Of course not. The cultivation of the pool is not for you to wake up. The main point is to let you bear through the limit of the dive before coming back up. You have already experienced the process before, so it will be a huge test for you." Ji Xingyuan rubbed Qin Xiang's head and laughed. When you were sleeping, the mysterious power that had seeped into your body earlier had already merged into your own. Qin Xiang obviously did not notice this. He only felt that he had slept soundly, but this sleep was extremely uncomfortable. "What's next?" Qin Xiang asked. He had previously felt his head sink, but now he felt much better. He was already full of energy and wanted to continue cultivating. In the future, he would have to use these methods frequently to cultivate. There still is to teach you how to find Dark Beast. Ji Xingyuan laughed. Originally, I only planned to teach you after you have cultivated for a period of time. But now, I feel that you can go hunt Dark Beastess. The Dark Beast's meat contained a lot of mysterious energy. This energy could make it easier and faster when cultivating this technique, and could make his body even stronger in a short amount of time, because the Dark Beast's body was already extremely strong. Even a strong warrior like Ji Xingyuan would find it difficult to cause any harm to the dark beast's body. But Chun Xiang had heavenly magic sword S and could easily cut them into pieces. And Chun Xiang was looking forward to it. Although the dark beast meat was a little difficult to roast, it was still very tasty after being roasted. Ji Xingyuan was also like that. Although he no longer needed to eat more dark beast meat to cultivate, the taste made his heart itch and he really wanted to try again. "Uncle, is there only dark beast here?" Qin Xiang asked. "There's also light beasts. However, this type of light beast is very rare, powerful, and cruel." Ji Xingyuan's face became serious. When he mentioned the light beast, his expression immediately changed. Obviously, he was afraid of it. "Really? I thought the dark beast were more vicious. But I didn't think the light beasts were like that too." Seeing Ji Xingyuan's expression, Qin Xiang was slightly shocked. Ji Xingyuan seemed to be very afraid of this light beast. From the name, the dark beast should be dark and evil. But dark beastess are also just like wild beasts, attacking humans or beasts in order to survive. Ji Xingyuan frowned, his expression solemn. And light beasts are even more terrifying than dark beastess. Dark beastess are also just fierce, but light beasts are extremely evil. My parents were eaten by light beasts. At that time, I was just a child. Do light beasts often appear? Qin Xiang did not expect to directly poke into Ji Xingyuan's sore spot, so he felt a little guilty. "It rarely appears." Ji Xingyuan shook his head. "I also really want to meet light beasts, but they move swiftly and erratically, and I don't know what they usually do. If the light beast appeared, then countless lives would be lost. In the past, when light beasts appeared, they ate a lot of people. There were several tens of thousands of them, and some of them were powerful experts." Ji Xingyuan clenched his fists tightly. He had personally witnessed his parents being eaten by light beasts back then, eating people the moment they appear. Clearly, light beasts are usually refining and cultivating. Qin Xiang said, "I hope I don't encounter it. If I do, I really want to kill one to see." The most terrifying thing about light beasts is that their bodies are extremely STU. Are dysprosium. Ji Xingyuan looked at Qin Xiang and said, "If light beasts appear, can you lend me your sword? With your sword, dealing with light beasts will be easier." Many experts encountered light beasts because they were unable to break through the surface defense of the beasts' bodies. "No problem. I will definitely lend it to you." Qin Xiang laughed. "Just give me a bit more meat to eat then." Ji Xingyuan and Chun Xiang chatted as they walked. They had already reached the edge of the dark region, and if they took one more step, they would be able to reach the dark region. Legend has it that light beasts were cultivated by dark beast. I don't know if that's true or not. Ji Xingyuan brought Chun Xiang into the dark area. It was pitch black inside, and they couldn't see anything. "Uncle, I can't see anything. How can I find the dark beast?" Qin Xiang asked. At this time, he had already started to focus and be vigilant of his surroundings. He could only sense if there was anything coming from the surrounding auras. "Don't worry. I will teach you how to guard against the dark beast sneak attack." Ji Xingyuan took out a rock and placed it in Qin Xiang's hands. "Try it. Can you focus your mind and control this rock to float?" "I'll try." Qin Xiang opened his palm and then concentrated, wanting to control the stone in his palm to float in the air. However, he did not succeed. "No way." Qin Xiang tried for a while, but to no avail. "And keep trying. Only after we succeed can we continue." Ji Xingyuan said, "You probably can't see that rock right now, but you can feel it with your palm." Qin Xiang nodded his head. "Yes, this stone is very light and somewhat cold. I don't know what shape it is in either, so I can't see it clearly. If you want this stone to float, you have to know the shape of it." Ji Xingyuan said, "I know that you all can use your senses, but this power belongs to the world-defying stage divine power, so it's not working here. You have to use your mental force. also known as soul force, and use your soul to look at the item on your palm. Chen Xiang didn't know what to do. He could only earnestly try, constantly trying. After a few days, he finally had a breakthrough and figured out the shape of the stone. After he successfully made the stone float, the stone also suddenly lit up and emitted a faint green light. Although it looked a bit dim, it could still illuminate a large area. C3109. C3109 Ji Xingyuan was no longer surprised to see Chen Xiang's success. One must know that when he tried to master it in the past, he only took a month to master it, and Chen Xiang only used a few days. Very good, many people will need more than a month to succeed, but you can finish it in a few days, just as fast as old W, A, and E, maybe even a little faster than him. Ji Xingyuan laughed. Right now, you will control this stone to float in the sky and let the light of the stone S, H, I, plus NE on the ground. Chen Xiang controlled the stone to float little by little. When the stone was suspended in the air, although the green light that SHI plus net on the ground was relatively weak, Chen Xiang could still see the flickering silver footprints of Dark Beast. I saw it. Chen Xiang saw a relatively large footprint that was even bigger than his foot. It's a relatively large dark beast. After Ji Xingyuan saw the footprints, his expression changed, and he said, "We have to be careful. This large dark beast is very strong. Usually the larger the body of the dark beast, the stronger it is." Chen Xiang nodded his head. "At that time when we meet this dark beast, Uncle will go and stall it. I will find a chance to launch a sneak attack." All right. Ji Xingyuan took out a handful of stones. Under his control, these strange stones emitted a green light, which was a lot brighter than Chen Xiang's. Ji Xingyuan was able to control many stones to float in the sky, which made the area he lit up even larger. If any dark beast were to enter the place where these stones light up, I would be able to sense them in time. Ji Xingyuan said, "You will have to practice more in the future in order to be able to control more stones like me." "What kind of stones are these?" Chen Xiang was very curious about these stones that were emitting green light. These stones looked no different from normal stones from the outside, but they could absorb a person's spirit and release strong and weak green light along with their spirit energy. Furthermore, if any movements were to be detected when the green light S, H, I, plus net on a place, it would immediately be sensed. These are stones that have been soaked in dark beast's blood. Try them later and you will understand. Ji Xingyuan brought Chen Xiang to quickly follow the footprints. At this time, he and Chen Xiang had already delved deep into the darkness. The last time Chen Xiang had met, that leopard was high up in the sky, so it could be seen that these beasts would also be hiding high up in the sky. If there was a large amount of those stones, it would be very easy to find these dark beasts by controlling the rocks to float high in the sky. Ji Xingyuan had released more and more stones. Firstly, it was so that he could quickly find the big dark beast, and secondly, it was to be on guard against any enemies that might ambush him. It appeared. Ji Xingyuan suddenly shouted, because he was the one who released the stone. He knew that the dark beast was up there. After confirming the location of the dark beast, he immediately rushed over with a speed as fast as lightning. In almost an instant, he arrived above the giant black bear and then ferociously kicked it in the head. The giant bear's head was turned to the side and its body was pushed back by more than 10 cloth. Ji Xingyuan's kick had angered the huge bear. After the giant bear had become furious, it charged towards Ji Xingyuan. However, Ji Xingyuan could easily dodge the attack, and after that he jumped above the giant bear and smashed down with his palm towards its head. When the palm landed on the giant bear's head, the entire earth shook, and the wind from the palm blew away the floating rocks. What a strong and fierce power! This comes from the power of the physical body. Chen Xiang had previously experienced this kind of power before. When Ji Xingyuan attacked him, he only needed to rely on his qi to break all the bones in his body. This huge bear, however, had only fallen to the ground after being slapped on the head. Then it stood up immediately. "I have to help." Chen Xiang immediately rushed over. Although Ji Xingyuan was powerful, this giant bear was not weak either. The giant bear had been ruthlessly slapped by Ji Xingyuan, but it actually wasn't hurt at all. It was only roaring in anger. Seeing Chen Xiang coming over, Ji Xingyuan said in a deep voice, "Be careful of this guy, he's very powerful." The giant bear saw Chen Xiang coming over, but did not put him in its eyes, because the feeling Chen Xiang gave him was too weak. Only Ji Xingyuan could make him feel a huge threat, and even hit him twice, causing him to be extremely furious. Ji Xingyuan knew that Chen Xiang's heavenly magic sword was very powerful, so he decided to give him a chance. The huge bear once again charged towards him, but this time it was even faster, charging towards Ji Xingyuan like a bolt of lightning. If not for the fact that Ji Xingyuan jumped to avoid the attack, he would have been knocked flying a long time ago. After he jumped up, the giant bear also ferociously jumped on the spot, opened its mouth wide, and bit towards Ji Xingyuan, at the same time waving its pair of gigantic claws to swipe at him. The giant bear was much taller than Ji Xingyuan when it stood up, but it was much more agile. It had attacked Ji Xingyuan many times in the blink of an eye, and it was fortunate that Ji Xingyuan was not an ordinary beast either. Ji Xingyuan was already hugging the giant bear from behind. Seeing that, Chen Xiang immediately rushed over. The chance has come. Chen Xiang's speed was also extremely fast. Just as the giant bear broke free from Ji Xingyuan's embrace, Chen Xiang's heavenly magic sword had already pierced through the giant bear's head. The giant bear's head had been penetrated through, and it started to struggle intensely. Ji Xingyuan also quickly left the giant bear's body and grabbed Chen Xiang. "This guy is really scary." Chen Xiang took a deep breath. Even though the giant bear's head had been stabbed by him, it did not immediately fall down. "Yeah, but he's got a head injury." Ji Xingyuan heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the giant bear had slowed its movements, he went over immediately and struck the giant bear with his fists and kicks. In the end, he smashed the giant bear to the ground. Chen Xiang walked over, took out the Tianchuang furnace and laughed. "Let's eat it with meat." Ji Xingyuan did not have any storage divine tools, so even if someone brought it here from the outside, he could not use it because he needed to cultivate using the power of the myriad Tao. "This thing of yours should be a spatial storage item or something like that." Ji Xingyuan wiped his sweat and laughed. "Yes, does anyone use it here?" Chen Xiang felt that although this place had restrictions on the power of SPAC, magic treasures like spatial storage items had an array inside to maintain the stable flow of SPAC, so it could still be used. All the fellows from the myriad Tao could use it at the beginning, but for some reason, when it came to the end, their spatial storage divine tools would become ineffective, and they would no longer be able to use it. Ji Xingyuan replied, "This is also possible for you." "Really?" Chen Xiang was very surprised at this. Since it was going to gradually lose its effectiveness, he was starting to worry. "Yes." However, he said that it was mainly because the spatial divine tool had separated from the myriad Tao for too long and was unable to sense the spatial energy within the myriad Tao. As a result, the spatial energy within the myriad Tao would gradually dissipate and become useless in the end. Ji Xingyuan said, C3110. C3110. When Chen Xiang heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief because he did not need to worry about this problem. He could release the power of SPAC by himself, and he trained in the spatial laws. "Let's hurry up and leave." Ji Xingyuan withdrew the stones and then madly rushed out of the dark region along with Chen Xiang. "Uncle, the last time I saw you, you were fighting with a wild boar." "That boar looks pretty strong too." Chen Xiang asked, "What beast is that?" "That's still a dark beast, coming out of the dark area. Once the dark beast sees light, its power will decrease by half." Ji Xingyuan laughed. "I purposely lured that guy out to play last time." Only half of it is weak when it sees light. Chun Xiang felt that this was a pretty good way to deal with the dark beast. Yes. Ji Xingyuan looked around and suddenly frowned. There are people nearby. Who is it? Chen Xiang did not realize that he was not as good as Ji Xingyuan in this area, because he could not use his mind power nor the power of S.P.A.C. Ji Xingyuan often hunted beasts, so his perception was very sharp and he had much experience with them. These kinds of fellows usually lie in ambush here. If they see someone coming out while carrying the dark beast's corpse, they would S and A to C, H it away. Ji Xingyuan said, "These guys are all bandits. They are very unpopular in the pathless city." Ji Xingyuan was not actually afraid of these bandits, and swaggered forward with Qin Xiang. They were not carrying dark beast, so he was not afraid. Furthermore, Ji Xingyuan was very strong. Even if he was carrying dark beast, he was not afraid of these bandits. Chen Xiang had thought that they would be able to leave very easily, because they were all empty-handed right now. However, these bandits still ran out. There were a total of 6 bandits, and judging from the qi on their bodies, they were all unscrupulous cultivators who were born and bred like Ji Xingyuan. "We don't have anything for you to steal," Ji Xingyuan said coldly. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he was not afraid of trouble. "Nothing? We'll let you guys be our followers. That should be fine, right?" The bandits were dressed in black, and their heads were covered. Their voices were extremely arrogant, and their appearances could not be seen. Ji Xingyuan was very strong, but he was very low-key and his appearance was also normal, so he was not very famous. Otherwise, if these bandits knew of his strength, they would not have so arrogantly come to their deaths. "Follower? What big words you have there. Let's see if you have the capability to do so." After Ji Xingyuan finished speaking, he had already flashed behind the bandit, his palm struck out, and the powerful palm force tore apart the bandit's mask. When his palm landed on the bandit's head, his head was already smashed into A, B, L, O, D, Y missed. From the palm force alone, they could tell that this summing middle-aged man was extremely powerful. They never thought that they would actually kick a steel board, and cursed Ji Xingyuan in their hearts. So powerful to actually be so low-key, causing them to miss out on him. "Big brother, I'm sorry. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D is the one who brought us to the wrong end of the road. We will definitely be able to turn over a new leaf in the future." A bandit immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy, kowtowing repeatedly. "Humph, you guys should be loyal." Ji Xingyuan laughed coldly. "Since that's the case, I'll teach you how to be loyal. Now go and die with your boss." Hearing Ji Xingyuan's words, the other bandits felt a chill in their hearts. 2 of the bandits immediately flashed behind Qin Xiang, wanting to catch him, but who knew that Qin Xiang's heavenly magic sword would suddenly appear. When the bandits who were still alive saw this, they trembled in fear. They did not expect that the young man who looked so weak would be so decisive when killing someone. He killed 2 of them in one go. The reason why they were able to act so domineeringly was because they often succeeded. They had encountered many strong bandits before, and even if they couldn't beat them, they would still be able to escape safely. However, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. In a short moment, their entire army had been wiped out. Ji Xingyuan looked at the 2 robbers who were trembling from head to toe and threw out a palm strike. Using his palm force, he pushed the heads of the 2 robbers into the ground, shattering their hearts and bones. "Let's go." Ji Xingyuan left with Qin Xiang. After returning to the riverside inside the pathless city, Qin Xiang began to cut that giant bear. The bear's skin was extremely tough, so Qin Xiang felt that it would definitely be good to use it for smithing. This giant bear should have some beast stones. "Take a good look," Ji Xingyuan said. When Qin Xiang cut the bear's flesh, he discovered quite a few very small stones inside. Each of them was only the size of a grain of rice. They were all black in color. In the end, he managed to get more than 5,000 pills. Is this more or less? Qin Xiang handed over the beast stones to Ji Xingyuan. A lot. One caddy of dark beast meat is priced at 10 beast stones. You can buy 300 caddies of fresh one here. Most dark beast only have a few hundred beast stones in their body. Ji Xingyuan said, So it's like that. This was the first time Qin Xiang had seen such a thing. Ji Xingyuan said, Keep it for yourself. You can eat these beast stones. Eat it, and you can absorb the mysterious energy, which will allow you to cultivate your immoral body even faster. Qin Xiang put away the beast stone, then took the giant bear meat into his room. He was going to start roasting meat. He only left after half a day. This time he had more meat than last time, but he also spent the same amount of time as last time. Uncle, this time you just eat enough. Qin Xiang laughed and took out a large pot of roasted meat for Ji Xingyuan. Ji Xingyuan started to eat in big bites. This time his and Qin Xiang's harvest from going out was not small. The giant bear meat was around 2,000 jin. If he sold it, he would be able to get a lot of beast stones. If I want to kill that bear myself, I will need at least 2 hours to tire him out. After that, I will be able to deal with him. However, I will be able to deal with him very soon when I am with you. In the past, Ji Xingyuan had never killed such a powerful dark beast so easily. The main reason why he was able to get away with it so easily was because Qin Xiang had used his heavenly magic sword to break the defense of the dark beast. I won't eat it. Eat a little more, and if you continue to cultivate for a while longer, your body will be almost strong enough. Ji Xingyuan said, When the time comes, I will go to old Wang's cave. Did the half-ghost old man leave anything behind in the cave? This made Qin Xiang very curious, and he wanted to quickly go in to take a look. Qin Xiang could only wait. It took him half a day to finish all of the meat, as well as the beast stones. Afterwards, he would blow the wind out of nowhere, and in the end he would enter the deep pool to cultivate. Because he had eaten too much meat this time, his round of cultivation took over half a month. C3111. C3111 this time. Qin Xiang completed a round of cultivation for himself. Previously, it was Ji Xingyuan who brought him here, but now he can come here by himself. Ji Xingyuan had already went towards the cave to investigate and see if there were any fewer people there. Qin Xiang had asked him a few times. He knew that Qin Xiang was anxious, so he decided to quickly bring Qin Xiang there. After Qin Xiang finished cultivating for a round, he did not see Ji Xingyuan, nor did he know how to contact him. Under such circumstances, he could only go to the dark regions by himself to hunt dark beast. This time he came by himself. He already had many of those stones. Previously, by killing that huge bear, he was able to obtain a lot of dark beast blood, and after soaking a lot of normal stones in dark beast blood, he would be able to turn the stone into a green stone. Not bad. I can control 100 of them. After Qin Xiang completed a very long round of cultivation, the cultivation level of pathless origin also increased by a lot. Controlling this stone required a certain amount of cultivation, and now that he was able to control so many li, it proved that he had improved a lot. He controlled the rocks to investigate the dark area, as it would allow him to find the dark beast. He didn't dare to enter the depths by himself, and could only wander around outside. As long as it was a small-scale dark beast, its strength would not be very strong, and he could easily deal with it himself. After entering for a few days, he had hunted several wild boars. They're all big wild boars. It's about time. Take it back and eat it. Qin Xiang left the dark area and quickly returned to Ji Xingyuan's little house by the river. Ji Xingyuan still had not returned. He could only slaughter the wild boar and roast it himself before continuing with his cultivation. In about 10 days, he had completed another round of cultivation. He could clearly feel that his body had improved greatly, and he was no longer as weak as when he first entered. It's only been a little more than a month, but I already have such an obvious improvement. Qin Xiang still couldn't believe it. He didn't know what was going on either. He didn't consume any pills. He just cultivated according to Ji Xingyuan's instructions and progressed so quickly. When he returned to the small house, he saw that Ji Xingyuan was back. "Uncle, I think I'm a lot stronger than before, don't you think?" Chen Xiang still could not believe his own improvement. After seeing Ji Xingyuan, he immediately asked. Ji Xingyuan pinched Chen Xiang's shoulder and laughed. "Not bad. Although my cultivation is difficult, the effect is very significant. You have never cultivated the immoral path before, so it is not strange that you can improve so quickly. Uncle, is there any news about that cave?" Chen Xiang asked. "I've arrived. There are fewer people, but there are still some," Ji Xingyuan said. "If you are anxious, you can go take a look now." "All right, let's go take a look now." Chen Xiang wanted to see if there was anything hidden in the cave. Ji Xingyuan brought Chen Xiang on a journey. It was a long distance away. No wonder Ji Xingyuan had been there for so long. "Let me tell you in advance, that cave is not easy to enter. You might not be able to enter, so don't count on too much." Ji Xingyuan brought Chen Xiang and ran for a few days until they reached the top of a tall mountain, looking at the swamp, and then after going through it, they reached a forest in which there were a few hundred meters, large short mountains, and the cave was right inside. I understand." Chen Xiang felt that he should have a way to go in. He had a better understanding of half-ghost old man's methods. After Ji Xingyuan brought Chen Xiang through the swamp, they entered the forest. What a terrifying aura! Chen Xiang was immediately shocked when he entered the forest. It could be said that all the strong warriors had gathered here. All of them were strong warriors like Ji Xingyuan, and these strong warriors did not know how to keep a low profile, letting their own qi leak out. It was obvious that they were trying to scare people. "Yes, it's still all right for you to come now. If you had come here a while ago, you would have known how terrifying it truly is. There are only a few people left now." Ji Xingyuan patted Chen Xiang's shoulders. "But you don't have to worry. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't do anything." Chen Xiang nodded and followed Ji Xingyuan as she carefully made her way through the forest. Ji Xingyuan had also become extremely cautious. "Uncle, are all the people here for that cave?" Chen Xiang asked softly. He never thought that the cave left behind by the half-ghost old man would attract so many experts. Yes, old G is still a legendary being after all. He only came to the No Tao place for a short period of time, and was able to cultivate a power that Serpa, SES the myriad Tao. Many experts here are unable to break through, so they are extremely curious about the secret inside the cave. Ji Xingyuan said, "Currently, those fellows who are stuck in a dead end are people who are unable to break through no matter how hard they try. The cave left behind by old G is also their only hope, although it's extremely slim." As Ji Xingyuan said that, his expression suddenly changed, and he anxiously pulled Chen Xiang to hide behind a big tree. "Someone's coming. I don't want to run into them," Ji Xingyuan said to Chen Xiang in a low voice. Chen Xiang did not sense anyone, but Ji Xingyuan knew that this made him feel that if he had come here himself, then it would be extremely dangerous. Even though he could not use his divine sense or the SPAC domain, he felt that he was blind and could not discover anything. "Ji Xingyuan, I know you're here. Come out." The voice of one of the elders contained a trace of ridicule. "You are the same as before. You have not improved at all." When Ji Xingyuan was discovered, he could only sigh helplessly and brought Chen Xiang out. "Everyone is the same." Ji Xingyuan looked at the old man. "You still have the nerve to laugh at me. Didn't you also stagnate your cultivation for many years? You've been stuck for years." The old man wore a light green robe and he looked a little sloppy. His hair was a mess, but his eyes were very bright. He was a very energetic old man. "Who is this kid?" The old man focused his attention on Chen Xiang, because Chen Xiang was looking at him earlier. "My friend," Ji Xingyuan said, "you are still quite low-key. You did not emit any qi, I almost did not sense you. You too. This friend of yours is a little weak. Would a guy like you be willing to make friends like that? The green-robed elder arrived behind Qin Xiang in the blink of an eye, scaring Qin Xiang to the point that he was covered in cold sweat. Ji Xingyuan laughed. At first, old W.A.N.G. was also very weak, but what happened next? So don't underestimate anyone. The green-robed elder laughed. You said that this little demon will be like old W.A.N.G.? I think that's impossible. Old W.A.N.G. is the one and only guy. There's no second one. Ji Xingyuan did not speak further and said, Did you reap anything this time? The green-robed old man saw that Qin Xiang was so weak he did not care anymore and shook his head. If I had any gains, would I **T with you here? What are you doing here this time? Don't you know those guys are still here? C3112. C3112 Qin Xiang silently listened to their conversation, which helped him understand this place better. What guy? Ji Xingyuan did not know. He only knew that there were still some strong people here. It's that group of red-clothed people. The green-robed elder said softly, These people are crazy. You have to be careful of them. I heard that this time they have ambushed many powerful individuals. After being ambushed by them, they will all be eaten. What? They eat people. Ji Xingyuan was stunned. He was enraged. Yes. Especially someone like you, who looks young and strong. They love to eat. The green-robed elder looked at Qin Xiang and laughed. Of course, for a weak fellow like him, they would have no interest in him. Qin Xiang curled his lips. He did not expect that the moment he came, he would encounter such a Ned thing, a group of man-eating fellows hiding in this place. I still have to go and take a look. Ji Xingyuan looked at Qin Xiang. He had promised Qin Xiang, so he wanted to bring Qin Xiang to the entrance of the cave. Whatever, the green-robed elder said. Then you must be careful. Take care. After the green-robed elder left, Ji Xingyuan's expression became serious and said, That group of fellows are really crazy. Qin Xiang asked, Why do they want to eat people? It should be because they want to break through, but have no other choice. So they can only take this evil path. Ji Xingyuan clenched his fists and said, Qin Xiang, if there's an unexpected situation, you need to think of a way to escape. I want to exterminate that group of people. These kind of people who commit many evil deeds must not be allowed to live. They are a disaster. All right, I understand. Qin Xiang didn't really understand much about it, but he knew that many people in the No Tao place were unable to break through or truly reach the top. Over the years, only a few people had successfully broken through the shackles of the myriad Tao, and the half-ghost old man was one of them. Ji Xingyuan led the way forward, and after half a day, they arrived in front of a small mountain. This short mountain had a stone door, and on top of the stone door there were all sorts of spirit grain. Because there's a cave here, the entire mountain is very STU. Our dysprosium. No one can destroy it. Old W.A.N.G. is truly powerful. Ji Xingyuan couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at this mountain. The trees near the short mountain were all damaged. There were many remnants of berserk auras. These days, there were always strong warriors attacking the mountain, but they didn't make any progress. Qin Xiang walked quickly to the door and asked Feng Ku'er, Xiao Ku'er, do you recognize the spirit grain? Upon seeing it, Feng Ku'er said excitedly, I know him, and moreover, he is extremely familiar with him. Looks like this half-ghost old man is a very powerful being. I have never seen him personally before, so I guess it seems like he is the one who created the spirit grain. If Chen Kai was here, he would probably be very excited as well. Qin Xiang said, Do you have a way to break open the spirit grain and let me in? There is a way, but it will take some time. If you want to break it violently, then you will be able to succeed immediately. You only need to use the heavenly magic sword to destroy the spirit grain on the door. Feng Ku'er said, your heavenly magic sword can penetrate the protective layer above and directly destroy the door. No, I need to control this door. If it is destroyed, the people hiding in the surroundings will be able to enter. This is not good. I will wait for you. Qin Xiang wanted to completely control this cave, even though he did not know what was inside. Qin Xiang placed his hand on the spirit grain on top of the gate and gently caressed it, carefully examining these spirit grain. Suddenly, a few auras came over, causing him to become shocked. Ji Xingyuan hurried over to his side. It's them. Ji Xingyuan said in a low voice. Who is it? Qin Xiang looked around, but did not see anyone. Red, cloaked person. There are some other experts as well, all fairly famous. Ji Xingyuan said angrily, this old fellow, the next time I meet him, I must teach him a lesson. He actually tricked me. That old man doesn't look too bad. Qin Xiang also thought that it was strange, that Ji Xingyuan had been tricked. Of course this old fox isn't bad, but he is very cunning. Ji Xingyuan scoffed. Don't let me meet him. 5 red-clothed people appeared. They looked very old, and the wrinkles on their faces were a bit scary. They were all very tall and looked quite robust. Besides these 5 red-clothed people, there were over a dozen other people. 3 of them were middle-aged, and the rest were old men. An old lady laughed. Ji Xingyuan, you're finally here. You should have a way to enter this cave, since you are W.A. and Ji Dao's good friend. You should be the only one in the world who can. That's right. Ji Xingyuan, for everyone's benefit, you better open this door quickly. An old man said coldly, we've all waited so hard. We've been hiding around here for so many years just to wait for you to appear. Ji Xingyuan, if you don't want to die, open it quickly. The man in red spoke, his voice low and husky. Ji Xingyuan was very angry and said, I also have no way of opening it. It's useless even if you force me. He had originally planned to come here quietly, but now he had been discovered by these people. It was clear that this was what the green-robed elder had told them. This is your friend. Haha. One of the red-clothed men laughed strangely and immediately rushed towards Qin Xiang. Ji Xingyuan was instantly enraged and also attacked to deal with it. After the red-clothed person made his move, the rest of the people also followed suit. They had clearly already made their plans, and their targets were all Qin Xiang. In just a few blinks of the eye, Qin Xiang was already caught. Although Ji Xingyuan was strong, the number of strong enemies he had to face was too many. I'll kill you. Ji Xingyuan bellowed. He suddenly became extremely terrifying. His face was filled with veins, and a berserk qi continued to surge out from his body, as though he was holding back his anger, and now he was exploding with it. Look at this brat. Let's deal with him together. A red-clothed man said, and then he joined hands to attack Ji Xingyuan. At this moment, there were only 2 people looking at Qin Xiang. They both grabbed Qin Xiang's arm and used a great amount of power to lock Qin Xiang, preventing him from moving. The furious Ji Xingyuan was still extremely terrifying, even if all 10+ strong pract. 1. Tioniers joined hands. They still wouldn't dare to be careless, as they were worried that they would be killed by Ji Xingyuan. Do you 2 think you can catch me? Qin Xiang sneered. Oh, are you really that strong? I wanted to ask you, why are you so weak? And you're even together with Ji Xingyuan. Just what kind of background do you have? The old lady asked, using all her strength to pinch Qin Xiang, wanting to hurt him, but Qin Xiang did not react at all. C3113. C3113 Feng Ku'er was currently asking Feng Ku'er. Feng Ku'er felt that it was enough, and he needed to use a large number of Dao Crystal S, but luckily he had a lot of them. As long as he got rid of the 2 people who grabbed him, they could begin. Ji Xingyuan was still fighting in the distance, and was so angry that he had already lost all reason. The group of people only wanted to capture him alive, then use Chen Xiang to force him to open the door. Chen Xiang knew that Ji Xingyuan was simply unable to open it. In the past few days, he had gotten along with Ji Xingyuan and their relations. Hi plus P was very good. He was an extremely good uncle. And now that Ji Xingyuan was putting his life on the line for him, he was very touched. Although I am very weak, I am more than enough to kill you two old dogs. As soon as Chen Xiang finished speaking, the old lady and the old man felt that their hands were suddenly empty. Just a moment ago, they were still holding on to Chen Xiang. But why did Chen Xiang suddenly disappear? When they finally reacted, they saw a very small bug flying around. They were suddenly awakened by the sound. The little ghost they caught just now had turned into a bug, making them feel that something was off. They never knew this method existed. Chen Xiang was only unable to release the power of the myriad Tao, but it could change his body and circulate within his body. Thus, he was able to use the transformation technique. He turned into a bug and struggled out of the demonic claws of the two old things, then immediately released his heavenly magic sword. He controlled the heavenly magic sword to slash the two old things into pieces. "Uncle, leave quickly!" Chen Xiang suddenly roared, and then his expression changed too. He took out the Daoji, D-mirror, and pressed it against the stone door. The entire stone mountain began to tremble, producing bursts of roars. Ji Xingyuan, who was in the middle of an intense battle, was already covered in blood. When he heard Chen Xiang's roar, he suddenly came back to reality and looked towards the cave, only to realize that there were some broken corpses on the ground. He was overjoyed, as he knew that it was Chen Xiang who used a heavenly magic sword to kill those two old things. The mountain was trembling. Such a huge disturbance was discovered by the group of people surrounding Ji Xingyuan. They saw the huge door that had been sealed for countless years burst out with white light, and at the same time they were shocked they had already flown over. They hadn't thought that this little kid, who didn't seem like much to them, would be able to open the stone door that had been bothering them for so many years. "All of you, just you wait." Ji Xingyuan saw Chen Xiang Pa S sing through the stone door that was I plus Ning with a white light, then taking large strides and running away, leaving the forest. When the group of people arrived at the entrance, everything returned to normal. As they looked at the two crushed rocks, their hearts were even more shocked. That brat actually killed two of them and even took their heads away. Ned Brat, we've underestimated him. As one of the red-clothed men spoke, he crazily struck the stone gate. The others were all floating in the air, constantly attacking the mountain, but not harming it in the slightest. After Chen Xiang entered, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had entered into a secret inheritance array and entered into a white PAC. "Is there anyone here?" He shouted softly. This made him feel as if he had entered an inheritance secret array. When he first entered the inheritance secret array, he also felt the same way. "It's you." A semi-transparent old man suddenly appeared. When he saw Chen Xiang, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Xiang couldn't help but laugh when he saw the expression on half-ghost old man's face. "Half-ghost old man, we meet again." Chen Xiang said with a smile, "You're the ghost. Why do I always see you?" Half-ghost old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "This is all fate." Chen Xiang laughed. "This should be the third time I see you. The first two times I was in the inheritance secret array, but this time it's not." Half-ghost old man nodded. "That's right. You will grow up quickly. But with your current strength, you shouldn't be able to enter the no-Tao place, right? Summoning the door of the pathless is an extremely difficult task. Back then, I also used quite a bit of strength to do so, and I also reached a very strong realm at that time. It was all an accident that I was able to come in here." Chen Xiang laughed bitterly, then simply told the matter to half-ghost old man. "So that's how it is. No wonder you were able to come to no Tao place." When half-ghost old man heard this, he dispelled the doubt in his heart. Right now, divine wasteland is really not at peace. Heaven old orcs actually came to divine wasteland, sigh. Did the heaven old orcs do this to destroy the divine wasteland? Qin Xiang asked. Of course not. I don't know what their motive is, but they have it anywhere, and it's even more rampant now. Half-ghost old man said, It's not bad that you were able to come here. Qin Xiang told the half-ghost old man about the situation outside of the cave and laughed. Is your real name Wang Dao? Of course it's true. Old G is still staying here. I originally wanted to help him, but I didn't expect that the moment I broke through, he would draw me into the myriad Tao. The remnant souls I left behind can only survive in certain PACS. I didn't leave behind any method to allow old G to enter. Wang Dao sighed. Right now, I can't help him either. I can. Qin Xiang laughed. Uncle said that you broke through by refining pills, right? I can also refine pills, and I can refine world-defying Heavenly Dan now. Oh? Wang Dao was slightly shocked. You little brat, you are powerful. If that's the case, I'll give you a pill formula and some medicinal ingredients. At that time, you have to let old G eat first, let him break through, and then you can eat by yourself. It's not good for him to stay in that place for too long. All right, I promise you. Qin Xiang laughed. Hurry up and take out those medicinal ingredients. I will refine them here. Brat, you need to be a bit careful when refining it because you might die if you mess it up, Wang Dao cautiously told Qin Xiang, his expression also very serious. Will he die? Qin Xiang was shocked. Is it that serious? I might even die. I found these medicinal ingredients in this no Tao place. They will connect to your soul during the refinement process, and if you fail, it will affect your soul. If it's serious, it will cause your soul to scatter. Wang Dao said, because this pill contains a very crazy and mysterious power, it's very special. It's different from the pills you've refined before. And I understand. Qin Xiang also felt that it was scary. As long as you remember, your potential to refine pills is not bad. In the future, when you can climb up to myriad Tao, we can discuss it. Wang Dao laughed. Oh yes, do you know the myriad Tao Danji? OD? Qin Xiang asked. I had thought that all of you were the same person. I do, he's called Wang Jisheng. He has the same surname as me, and is a pretty good alchemist, but he's already dead. Wang Dao's words stunned Qin Xiang. Myriad Tao Danji. Oh, D was actually dead. How did he die? Qin Xiang was not lightly hit. Myriad Tao Danji. Oh, D was someone he respected a lot. C3114. C3114 Qin Xiang had never seen the myriad Tao Danji, D with his own eyes before. He had initially planned to go to the myriad Tao to look for him, but now that he found out that the myriad Tao Danji, D was dead, he could not believe it. 410 5 4 4 4 V V V V V V V V V V I don't know. In short, he is dead, so my relations I plus P with him is pretty good. I am currently investigating this matter. But in short, this matter is not that simple. You need to be clear, people who are able to reach myriad Tao are all very strong. They would not die so easily, but now he is dead. Mentioning this matter, Wang Dao's expression turned grave. If I don't clarify this matter, then I might be the one to die in the future. Could it be that there is a very strong power above the myriad Tao? Qin Xiang frowned. It's actually that dangerous up there. Where there are people, that's how it is. No matter where you go, it's full of danger. Wang Dao waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and refine the pill. The name of this pill is Wu Dao Spiritual Dan, and I do not really know the effects. Just eat it and you will know how strong it is. Chunxiang looked at the herbs in the box and asked, "How many of these herbs can be refined?" Forging one requires 2 medicinal ingredients, 1 flower and 1 fruit. They are called the pathless flower and the fruit respectively, and while the fruit looks very ordinary, the mysterious power contained within is very strange and powerful. Even after eating these 2 medicinal ingredients alone, one can feel an obvious increase in strength. And Ji Dao said seriously, "Are you sure you want to refine it now? If anything happens, don't blame me, for it will be very dangerous." Chunxiang said as he nodded his head, "I have already confirmed that I want to consume this kind of pellet myself. There's a very strong heaven old orcs waiting for me at the top." Chunxiang wanted to become stronger so he could eat world-defying heavenly danes. But world-defying heavenly danes required a lot of time to grow their medicinal ingredients, and it was also rather difficult to refine. Now that he had the ready-made medicinal ingredients to refine a pill that could allow him to cultivate immoral powers, he would of course first consider refining this kind of Wu Dao spiritual dan. There are 10 batches of herbs here. If you do not fail, you can refine 10 of them. I imagine that right now, old G needs only eat 2 pills to make his breakthrough. After and Ji Dao finished speaking, he sat on the ground and said, "You can begin refining. I'll guide you later." Refining Wu Dao spiritual dan was very dangerous because there was a type of power that could make a person's soul fly out of their body. After Qinxiang took out the Tianchuang furnace, just as he was about to put the herbs inside, he heard a light cry out, "Has your furnace been smeared over the myriad Tao divine soil?" And Ji Dao saw through it with a glance and felt very surprised. "Yes." Chunxiang also did not hide it. "All right, if that's the case, then you'll be safer when refining it." And Ji Dao laughed, because myriad Tao divine soil can absorb some of the soul extinguish. Plussing power released by these immoral medicinal materials. Really? Chunxiang's eyes lit up. He felt that if the heavenly magic sword was placed inside, then that kind of dangerous situation might not even happen. Of course, I only found out about this later on when I was still above myriad Tao, and Ji Dao sighed. It's a pity that there aren't many of these myriad Tao divine soil. Chunxiang placed the pathless flower and fruit into the Tianchuang furnace, and then began to slowly refine the 2 medicinal ingredients by releasing a certain degree of flames according to Ji Dao's instructions. After burning for around 14 hours or so, a change will appear in the 2 medicinal ingredients. Chunxiang looked at the inside of the Tianchuang furnace, where the flowerless flower fruit was currently a dark green, and the more violently it was burned, the greener it became. Don't be anxious. Don't think that just by using a strong flame you can cause the medicinal plant to change color faster. Although it is possible if you do this, it will easily mess up the tempo. And Ji Dao saw that Chunxiang was a little impatient and said, "Refining this kind of Wu Dao spiritual dan is very different from refining other pills. You have to listen to me. Right now, there was only an ethereal spirit present. He couldn't concoct pills directly, or else he would definitely do it himself." Chunxiang calmed himself down. Now, he had to follow the instructions of the king. Sure enough, after 14 hours, the flower fruit inside could finally change color and turn blue. At this moment, it was flash, plussing with blue light, double the intensity of the flames. And Ji Dao looked at the Tianchuang furnace and said, "You must remember, you cannot rush there. In the end, you don't need to condense your own pellet for this kind of pellet. Could it be that he can form his own core?" Chunxiang had doubled the strength of the world-defying Od fire, and at this time the fire had become even more intense. But the 2 herbs were extremely calm and only emitted a hint of blue mist. "No, you'll know when you get to the end." And Ji Dao smiled mysteriously. "There's going to be a change in color next, right?" Chunxiang asked. "Yes, 3 times." I want to use the power of time. That way I can move faster. Qinxiang said, Uncle must be really anxious waiting outside. I don't know if this will affect my pill refining. This will not affect you. I didn't expect you to have mastered the power of time. Ji Dao was still surprised that Qinxiang had so many tricks up his sleeve. Then I'll start using it. When Qinxiang released the time domain, it was different from outside. It will take about 14 days for the second color change to occur. After entering, he sensed the temperature of Qinxiang's pill furnace and nodded. Your control of fire is not bad. Of course, I've been concocting pills for a long time. Qinxiang was very confident in his alchemy level. After 14 days, Qinxiang saw that the flower fruits inside the Tianquang furnace had changed color again, this time into a red one. What's next? Qinxiang asked. How much stronger can your flame be? And Ji Dao asked. It can be increased by about 3 times. Qinxiang thought about it and said, All right, I'll use your strongest flame to burn it. And Ji Dao said in a serious tone. Next up, it will probably be a little dangerous. At that time, you should be able to hold on. This is also a test for an alchemist. Qinxiang had been waiting this whole time, but now that it was finally here, he had to deal with it seriously. About what time? Qinxiang asked again. I don't know. If you were to come, you would have Pa-S said through that hurdle. This pill is basically a success. Ji Dao sat together and said, Be more serious. I'll wait here for you to succeed. Qinxiang carefully controlled the flames to burn the medicinal ingredients in the furnace. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, Qinxiang's body suddenly trembled. Are they coming? Qinxiang didn't know why, but his head suddenly started to ache, as though a surge of power was flowing into his divine sensi. Seeing Qinxiang's reaction, Ji Dao shouted, Yes, you must defend yourself. Don't let this power break through your divine sense seize defense. If this power touches your soul, then it's dangerous. This should be the seamless spiritual force. It's a very mysterious power, able to easily destroy the soul.